Hello everyone, and welcome back to the Midnight Stories. Now, I know a lot of you use these videos to fall asleep, so before you drift off, I thought it would be nice if everyone could leave a comment letting me know where you're listening from the world. Also, don't forget to like and subscribe if you're enjoying the episodes. Alright, let's get comfy, relax, and begin. I had just moved into this new apartment. It was a quiet little place, tucked away from the busy city, a refuge from the chaos of work and the noise of the streets. The building was old, but it had character. The hardwood floors creaked underfoot. The walls were lined with vintage wallpaper that had started to fade in places, and the windows still had those thick wooden frames that you could imagine had been in place for decades. It wasn't anything fancy, but it was mine, and I loved the peace it offered. It was a small two-bedroom unit on the top floor of a three-story building. The elevator was out of service, so I got a good workout hauling my boxes up the narrow, creaky staircase. The hallways smelled faintly of dust and old wood, but nothing that was unpleasant, just a sign that the building had seen better days. When I first toured the apartment, I didn't notice anything strange. The landlord seemed like a nice enough guy, though a bit distant. He gave me the keys, said the place was quiet, and that the neighbors were mostly old retirees or quiet professionals. Perfect, I thought. Just what I needed. I spent the first couple of days unpacking, getting settled in. I arranged my furniture, hung up some pictures, and tried to make it feel like home. There was something about being in a new place that made me feel both excited and a little nervous, like I was starting fresh, but still a bit unsure. I kept the windows open during the day, letting in the cool air, and by night, the streets below were silent. It was exactly what I had been looking for. But one evening, things started to feel off. I had just returned home after running some errands. It was late, around 9 p.m., and the sky was already dark, the streetlights casting long shadows down the block. I fumbled with my keys for a moment as I stood in front of the apartment door. The lock clicked as usual, and I swung the door open. But as soon as I stepped inside, something felt wrong. The apartment was too quiet, like it was waiting for something. I closed the door behind me and stepped into the entryway. The apartment felt the same, yet it didn't. Everything seemed in its place. The coat rack by the door was still holding my jacket. The shoes I'd left neatly by the door were right where I'd left them. But then my eyes landed on the kitchen counter. My keys, which I always left there when I came in, were upside down. I stopped, staring at them for a moment. The keys weren't just moved. They were completely flipped over. Not in a way that could have happened accidentally. No, this was deliberate. The metal of the keys gleamed in the dim light, but it wasn't the shiny gleam of something untouched. It was the kind of gleam that comes from something having been recently handled. The way they lay on the counter, perfectly upside down, made my stomach tighten. I didn't remember doing that. I stood there for a few seconds, frozen, trying to make sense of it. Had I done it? Had I flipped the keys myself and just forgotten? It was possible. I had a lot on my mind recently, settling into this new place. Maybe it was just my mind playing tricks. I shook my head, trying to brush off the feeling creeping at my spine. I locked the door behind me again, just to be sure. I told myself I had probably just forgotten, but the feeling lingered. Something about the apartment didn't feel right, and that subtle shift, the keys turned upside down, stuck in my mind. Later that evening, after I'd eaten dinner and tried to shake off the uneasy feeling, I started to prepare for bed. The apartment was quiet, the hum of the city distant. I took a shower, changed into my pajamas, and crawled under the covers. The bed was soft, and I tried to let myself relax, but that odd feeling from earlier still gnawed at me. It was just so strange. Why had the keys been turned over? I closed my eyes, trying to push the thoughts away, but they wouldn't leave. I stared at the ceiling, listening to the quiet sounds of the building settling. It was one of those nights where the silence felt too heavy, too still. I kept imagining someone had been in the apartment, someone who shouldn't have been. The idea of it made my heart race for no reason. I tried to roll over and turn the light off, but as I reached out to flick the switch, a sound froze me. It was the unmistakable sound of keys turning in a lock. I felt my blood run cold. I lay there in the dark, utterly still, holding my breath, listening. The sound was faint, but it was unmistakable, the soft metallic click of a key turning in the door lock. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up. I was the only one in the apartment. I couldn't move. My mind raced, trying to make sense of it. I had locked the door. I was sure of it. I even double-checked before I went to bed. There was no way the lock could have been tampered with so easily. My thoughts were spiraling, each one more terrifying than the last. What if someone had gotten in while I was out? What if they were still inside? I lay there for what felt like an eternity, unable to move. The silence that followed the sound of the keys turning was almost worse than the sound itself. I couldn't hear footsteps, no creak of floorboards, nothing. Just the stillness, broken only by the faint sound of my own breathing. I had to check. Slowly, I pulled myself out of bed, my feet barely making a sound as I touched the cold wooden floor. The apartment was still dark, but I could see the faint outline of the hallway from the dim light outside. My heart pounded in my chest as I crept toward the front door. I couldn't help but glance toward the kitchen counter, where my keys had been earlier. They were still turned upside down. I reached the door and stood in front of it, listening carefully. The silence was deafening. I could hear the faint hum of the refrigerator, the ticking of the clock on the wall. But nothing else. Nothing that would explain what I had heard. I carefully checked the lock. It was still latched. No signs of tampering. No marks. Nothing. I let out a breath I didn't realize I'd been holding. Maybe I had imagined the whole thing. Maybe I was just tired or stressed from a move. But as I stood there, I felt a cold chill creep up my spine again. The hairs on my neck prickled. The quiet felt oppressive, almost suffocating. I turned away from the door and walked back toward the kitchen. I didn't know why, but something told me to look out the window. I pulled back the curtain and peered into the alleyway below. The streetlights flickered in the distance, casting long shadows across the pavement. For a moment, I didn't see anything unusual. Then my eyes caught something. A figure. It was barely visible in the dark, but I could make out a person standing at the edge of the alley, looking up at my window. My heart dropped. They weren't moving, just standing there, staring up. The figure didn't seem to notice me watching. I stood there frozen for a long moment, unsure of what to do. I was paralyzed, caught between fear and disbelief. What were they doing? Were they the ones who had been in my apartment? I pulled the curtain closed quickly and backed away from the window. I couldn't take my eyes off the spot where the person had been. They had to have seen me. Why hadn't they moved? The thoughts swirled in my head. I grabbed my phone from the nightstand and dialed the number for the landlord. I didn't know what else to do. The ringing seemed to echo in the silence of the apartment. Finally, he picked up. "Hello," he answered, sounding groggy. I hesitated, trying to keep my voice steady. "This is your tenant. I think someone's been in my apartment. I heard keys turning in the door lock. I'm not sure what's going on, but it's freaking me out." There was a long pause on the other end. "What do you mean? Someone's been in your apartment?" he asked. His voice was calm, too calm. I didn't like the way he said it. I swallowed. "I'm not sure, but I heard someone at the door. The keys turning in the lock, like they were trying to get in. And now there's someone outside my window." I waited for him to respond, but the line went dead. I stared at the phone in my hand. What the hell was going on? I didn't know what to do next, but the sense of unease wouldn't leave. I went back to the window, pulling the curtain aside cautiously. The alley below was empty now, empty except for the faintest hint of movement in the shadows across the street. I had been wanting to go out for a quick solo hike for a while, just to clear my head. Nothing serious, just a few miles in and out, a quick escape from the routine. I had heard about a trail not far from where I lived. It was simple enough, and I figured it would be the perfect way to spend an afternoon. I told myself I'd be back before dark, maybe catch the sunset if I was lucky. But as the light started to fade, I began to realize something wasn't right. I parked my car at the trailhead and started my hike. The first mile or so was easy, just a well-maintained path, trees towering on either side, the typical forest smells, fresh earth and pine. It felt nice, peaceful even, like it always does when I'm in nature. The sun was still high, but I knew I'd need to turn around soon if I didn't want to get caught in the dark. But I kept pushing forward, telling myself just a little farther. The trail started to wind through thicker woods, the trees pressing in closer as I went deeper. I could feel the temperature dropping as the sun sank lower in the sky. I wasn't too far from the car, but the world around me was beginning to change. The path was no longer as clear, with roots and rocks making it trickier to navigate. No big deal, though. I was used to it. Still, something felt off. After a while, I came to a fork in the trail. One path seemed to go uphill, and the other veered toward a creek. I didn't think too much of it. I took the path toward the creek, figuring it might lead to a nice spot to rest. The trail was barely visible in places, covered with fallen leaves and branches. I had to watch my step. I wasn't worried, though. The trail was still marked with occasional blue blazes on the trees, so I knew I wasn't lost. I followed the creek for a while, enjoying the sound of the water rushing over rocks, the stillness of the woods surrounding me. But the more I walked, the more I noticed something strange. The trees on either side of the trail seemed to be closing in, the air feeling heavier, colder. It wasn't just the temperature, it felt like something else. It felt like the woods were alive in a way I couldn't explain, like they were watching me. I tried to shake off the feeling, telling myself it was just my imagination. But then, without realizing it, I had passed a spot that seemed familiar. The same boulder, the same twist in the creek. I didn't think much of it at first. Maybe I made a loop, I thought. No big deal. I kept walking, but soon enough, I found myself at the same fork in the trail again. It didn't make sense. I had just come from that way, hadn't I? Now, I started to feel uneasy. I stood there for a moment, trying to figure out what was going on. The air was thick, and the sky had darkened significantly. I should have turned around then, but I didn't. I convinced myself that it was just the light playing tricks on me. Maybe I wasn't as familiar with the trail as I thought. I chose the uphill path this time, thinking I could get a better view of my surroundings, maybe spot something to help me get oriented. But when I reached the top, everything looked the same. The forest stretched out in every direction, with no clear landmarks. The sun had dipped below the horizon, leaving the world covered in shades of deep blue and gray. That's when I heard it. Footsteps. At first, I thought it was just the sound of my own boots crunching on the leaves, but then I stopped. The sound didn't stop with me. It kept going in perfect time with my movements. I froze, my heart beginning to race. It wasn't my imagination. Someone, or something, was following me. I waited, holding my breath, but the footsteps didn't stop. They weren't heavy or fast, just steady, almost deliberate. My stomach dropped. This wasn't normal. I hadn't seen anyone on the trail all day, and now, suddenly, someone was walking behind me, matching my every step. I tried to stay calm, but the panic was creeping in. I kept walking, trying to act like I wasn't hearing it, hoping it would stop. But the steps never faltered. The forest around me seemed to grow quieter, the sound of the creek fading, until all I could hear was the rhythmic crunch of leaves beneath my feet and the footsteps behind me, in perfect sync. My mind raced, trying to come up with a logical explanation. Maybe it was another hiker, someone just as lost as I was. But why hadn't I seen them? I couldn't shake the feeling that this was something else, something wrong. I started walking faster, trying to put distance between me and whatever was behind me, but the footsteps kept pace. I didn't dare look over my shoulder, afraid of what I might see. Every fiber of my being screamed to run, to get out of there, but I forced myself to stay composed, to think clearly. I had to get back to my car. That was the only thing that mattered now. I followed the trail back the way I came, my steps quickening as the footsteps behind me did the same. The woods were dark now, the path barely visible in the fading light. I had to move quickly, but I was getting more and more disoriented. The trail didn't seem to be leading me back. It was twisting in ways I didn't remember. I knew I had walked this way before, but it didn't look the same. The trees were different, the ground more uneven, as though the forest itself had shifted. The footsteps never stopped. They were always right there, just behind me. No matter how fast I moved, no matter how many turns I took, the steps stayed in perfect time with mine. Panic surged in my chest, making it harder to breathe. I glanced over my shoulder, and for a split second, I thought I saw something. Just a flash, a figure in the shadows. My heart skipped a beat, and I ran. I didn't care where I was going anymore. I just needed to get out, to find something, anything that made sense. But the footsteps were still there, still following. I didn't dare stop to look again. I kept running, adrenaline surging through my veins. The trees seemed to close in even more, the air heavy with the scent of earth and pine. My legs burned, my breath coming in ragged gasps. But I kept pushing forward, not knowing where the trail was taking me, just knowing I had to get back to my car. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, I broke through the trees and saw the clearing ahead, the parking lot, my car. My heart leapt in relief, but the footsteps didn't stop. I didn't dare look back again. I just kept running faster until I reached my car, fumbling for my keys. I didn't stop to think about it. I didn't hesitate. I got in, locked the doors, and started the engine. The sound of my car's engine was the only noise in the world as I sped down the forest road, my heart still pounding. I glanced in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see someone or something there. But there was nothing. The road was empty. The forest behind me was just that, forest. I let out a breath I hadn't realized I was holding. I drove straight home, not stopping once. I didn't even look at the map to see if I had taken the wrong path. I didn't care. I just needed to get away from that place. That night, I sat in my living room, staring at the walls, trying to make sense of what had happened. The footsteps, the way the forest had changed around me, the feeling that something was wrong. Maybe it was nothing. Maybe it was just my mind playing tricks, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something had been out there with me, something that was waiting for me to make a mistake. I haven't been back to that trail, and I don't think I ever will. Sometimes when I close my eyes, I still hear those footsteps behind me, in sync with mine. They never stopped, not until I was safely in my car, and that's something I'll never forget. I was sitting at my desk, typing away on my laptop. The hum of the overhead lights and the soft clicking of keys was all that filled the quiet apartment. I lived on the second floor of an old brick building, just a few blocks away from the downtown area. It was late, around 11 p.m., and the streets outside were mostly empty, with only the occasional car passing by. My apartment was small but cozy, furnished with just the basics. I didn't mind. It was perfect for someone like me, who didn't need much to be content. The only light in my apartment was from my desk lamp. It created a soft glow that surrounded me, leaving the rest of the room in near darkness. The window next to my desk gave me a clear view of the building across the street. It wasn't a particularly interesting view, just another apartment building, the kind you'd see in a city that was slowly being gentrified. I didn't know the people who lived there, but I'd occasionally catch glimpses of them moving behind their windows. Most nights, it didn't pay me any mind. But tonight, something felt different. I was typing an email, my focus solely on the screen, when I happened to glance out the window. Across the street on the third floor of the building opposite, I saw a figure standing in front of the window. At first, I thought it was my neighbor, someone I'd seen walking around the building before. It wasn't uncommon for people to be up late, working, or whatever. But as I looked more closely, I realized something was off. The figure wasn't moving. It stood perfectly still, facing directly out the window. The lighting in the room across the street wasn't great, so I couldn't make out many details, but I could see enough to tell it wasn't a reflection of myself. I hadn't heard any sound from the apartment across the street. No sounds of furniture moving or doors opening and closing. Just stillness. Curious and a bit uneasy, I waved my hand. I figured if it was my neighbor, they'd notice and wave back. I waited, but nothing happened. The figure didn't move, didn't acknowledge my wave in any way. It just stood there, staring. It was strange, but I didn't think much of it at the time. Maybe they didn't see me, I thought. Or maybe they were just too tired to care. I turned back to my computer, but knot had formed in my stomach. I don't know why, but there was something about that figure that unsettled me. I tried to push out of my mind, focusing instead on the email I was writing, but it was hard to concentrate. My mind kept drifting back to the figure across the street. I glanced at the window again, hoping it was just my imagination playing tricks on me. But when I looked, the figure was gone. The space in front of the window was empty, and I let out a small sigh of relief. Maybe they just moved out of view, or maybe it was something as simple as the lighting changing. I told myself it wasn't a big deal, but then I saw something that froze me in place. The figure was no longer across the street. It was standing right behind my window. In the span of just a few seconds, it had moved from one side of the street to the other, and now it was standing in my line of sight, directly behind the glass of my window. Its face was pressed up against the glass, eyes wide and unblinking, staring straight at me. I froze, my heart pounding in my chest. My breath caught in my throat. The figure didn't move, didn't blink. It was as if it had appeared out of nowhere, standing still, watching me with an intensity that made my skin crawl. I couldn't move, couldn't tear my eyes away from the figure. It was the kind of stare that made you feel like you were the only thing in the world, like you were being studied, observed. I don't know how long I stood there, staring back at it, but I could feel the panic starting to rise in me. I looked down at my phone, my hand shaking as I reached for it, but I couldn't get my fingers to cooperate. I tried to turn away, but my body wouldn't move. The figure remained there, pressing its face against the glass, its eyes locked onto mine. Then, I heard something I hadn't expected. A soft tap on the window. It wasn't loud, but it was enough to break the tension. I snapped back to reality, finally pulling myself out of the trance I was in. My mind screamed at me to move, to do something. I bolted from my desk, my chair scraping across the floor as I rushed toward the door. I didn't even look back. I ran down the hallway of the building, my feet pounding against the worn wooden floors. The air felt thick, and my breaths were short and quick, as if I couldn't get enough air. I didn't know what I was doing, whether I was trying to escape or just get some space. I didn't know if the figure was still there, watching me. All I knew was that I had to get out. I reached the front door of my building, but I hesitated before leaving. My mind was racing. Was it real? Had I just imagined the whole thing? I had to know. I opened the door, stepping out into the cold night air. The streets were quiet, the occasional car passing by. I crossed the road quickly, my heart still pounding, my body tense. I reached the building across the street, the one where I'd seen the figure. The lobby was dark, the door locked. I tried the handle anyway, just in case. It was one of those old buildings with a security system, and the door was always locked at night. I couldn't get in. I walked around to the back, where there was a small alley leading to the building's rear entrance. It wasn't much more than a small hallway, barely wide enough for two people to stand side by side. But it was a way in. The back door was unlocked. I stepped inside, cautiously, my breath misting in the cold air. The building was silent, the only sound the faint hum of the ventilation system. I crept up the stairs to the third floor, the same floor where I had seen the figure earlier. When I reached the top, I hesitated. I didn't know what I was expecting to find. Maybe I thought the person who had been staring at me would still be there, waiting in the darkness. But the hallway was empty. The door to the apartment where I had seen the figure was closed, just like all the others. I knocked on it softly at first, then harder, but there was no response. I moved down the hallway, trying other doors, but none of them opened. I was about to give up when I came across a maintenance closet at the end of the hall. The door was ajar, and inside, there were cleaning supplies and old furniture stacked up. But more importantly, there was a window, one that overlooked the street directly across from my apartment. I stared out the window for a moment, my heart still racing. The street was quiet, the building across from mine dark. But as I looked more closely, I noticed something strange. The window across the street, the one where I had first seen the figure, was still dark. There was no one there, no movement. I felt a chill creep up my spine. Had I imagined the whole thing? Had I been seeing things in the dark? But then it hit me. The window across the street had been dark when I first saw the figure. And yet, when I looked back, it was as if the figure had been standing there all along, waiting for me to notice. I turned and walked out of the building, back to the street. I stood there for a moment, staring up at the window where the figure had been. It was still dark, still empty. I never found out who or what it was that had been standing there, watching me. But after that night, I couldn't shake the feeling that someone or something had been keeping an eye on me from across the street. I moved out of that apartment not long after, leaving the old building behind. I don't know if it was a trick of the mind, or if someone had been playing some kind of sick game. But I'll never forget that feeling of being watched, of being so close to something I couldn't understand. And every time I see someone standing in a window across the street, I can't help but wonder, are they really just a neighbor? Or is there something else out there, watching from the darkness? I had just finished a long day at work, and the sky was starting to darken as I walked home. The sun was setting, casting long shadows across the sidewalk, and a cool breeze blew through the trees. I always took the same route, a quiet street that cut through a few suburban blocks. Nothing unusual ever happened here. It was a peaceful neighborhood, the kind of place where people left their cars in the driveway and kids played outside until dusk. But tonight, something felt off. As I walked, I could feel the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. It wasn't a gust of wind or a sudden chill, but more like the sense that someone or something was nearby. I glanced around, but there was no one. The street was empty, just like usual, yet the feeling wouldn't go away. I couldn't shake it. A few minutes into my walk, I heard soft footsteps behind me. Not loud enough to be from someone walking normally, but still distinct. I turned my head to see if there was anyone there, but I didn't see anyone. The sound had stopped. I was just being paranoid. I thought maybe it was the wind or some animal in the bushes. I kept walking, trying to ignore the discomfort creeping into my bones. Then I heard it again. Soft footsteps, almost like the padding of paws on the pavement. I froze. The sound was definitely behind me, and it was close. Too close. I turned around quickly, half expecting to see a person, but there was nothing. No one. Just the quiet of the street lights casting their dim glow on the sidewalk. That's when I saw it. A dog. It was standing a few feet away from me, not far, but far enough that it made me pause. It wasn't a big dog, more of a medium-sized breed, maybe a mixed breed, with a short brown coat. It was just standing there, staring at me. At first, I thought it was just a random dog out for a walk, but then I noticed something strange. It wasn't making a sound. Dogs, even the calmest ones, always make some sort of noise when they move, right? Even if it's just the soft click of their paws on the ground. But this dog was completely silent. Not a single sound. No panting, no rustling of fur, no scraping of nails on the pavement. It was just there. I stepped back a little, instinctively, but the dog didn't move. It just stood there, its gaze locked on me. Its eyes were unnervingly calm, almost like it wasn't really seeing me, just staring through me. I felt a shiver run down my spine, the kind you get when you know something isn't right, but you can't put your finger on what exactly it is. I hesitated for a moment, then took a cautious step forward, thinking it was maybe a stray dog that had wandered away from its owner. I figured it would move away if I kept walking, but it didn't. It just stayed there, watching me. I stopped again, thinking maybe it was lost. Maybe it was waiting for me to do something, or maybe it was trying to communicate something. But still, it didn't move. I wasn't sure what to do. Should I approach it? Should I keep walking? I stood there for a few seconds, debating, when something strange happened. The dog's head tilted slightly, as if it was trying to understand me. But then, with no warning, it began to walk. It walked behind me, its pace slow, deliberate. No sound, no scrabble of paws on the pavement, no breath or panting. It was like it was floating behind me, just following, close enough that I could feel its presence, but not close enough to touch. I kept walking, but now my heart was racing. I couldn't help it. I was trying to make sense of this. A dog, following me silently in the dark. It was just too strange. The street was quiet. Too quiet. It was like the entire world had stopped moving, and all I could hear was the soft, almost imperceptible sound of that dog following behind me. I looked over my shoulder again. The dog was still there, just behind me, and I could still feel its presence like it was an invisible weight hovering just out of my view. There was something unsettling about it, something that didn't sit right. It wasn't like a normal dog walk, the way dogs usually move with a purpose, sniffing around or darting here and there. No, this dog was methodical. It was following me for a reason. I sped up a little, my footsteps quickening, but the dog kept pace, never speeding up or slowing down. It stayed right behind me, silent as ever. My chest tightened, and my breathing became shallow. I turned a corner, hoping the dog would lose interest or go away. But no, it was still there, right behind me, moving just as quietly as before. I stopped again, my mind racing. There had to be an explanation. Maybe it was just a coincidence. Maybe it was a neighborhood dog that was just out for a stroll. But why wasn't it making any noise? Why wasn't it reacting to me at all? I turned around sharply, my heart pounding in my chest. The dog stopped immediately, mirroring my every move. I could feel it there, watching me, but when I looked, it was gone. Just like that. No movement, no rustling of fur, nothing. The street was empty again, as if the dog had never been there at all. For a moment, I stood there, frozen, staring into the darkness. I couldn't believe it. I had just seen a dog following me, and now it was gone, without a trace. But even though it was no longer in sight, I could still feel it. That eerie, unnerving presence, like it was just out of reach, lingering in the shadows. I turned back around and started walking again. My pace faster now, my heart still pounding. I was trying to convince myself that I was just overreacting, that I had imagined the whole thing. But as I walked, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. I looked over my shoulder every few seconds, half expecting to see the dog again, but it was always empty. Nothing, just the quiet of the street, the sound of my own hurried footsteps, and the distant hum of traffic in the far-off distance. It wasn't until I reached my house that I allowed myself to take a breath. I stepped inside, locking the door behind me, and leaned against it for a moment, trying to calm my nerves. My mind was racing, running through every possible explanation. Maybe it was just a weird coincidence. Maybe there was a dog out there, and I had somehow convinced myself it was something more. But deep down, I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. I didn't sleep much that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the dog's eyes staring back at me. I kept hearing those soft, muffled footsteps in my mind, following me, even though I knew they weren't real. It was like the dog's presence had invaded my mind, and no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't escape it. The next morning, I woke up with the sun, still feeling uneasy. I went about my day, trying to put the experience out of my mind, but I couldn't. Every time I walked anywhere, I found myself looking over my shoulder, checking to see if a dog was silently following me. Every little noise made me tense. Every shadow seemed to hold something just out of reach. It wasn't just a dog anymore. It was like the fear of it had followed me, too. I never saw the dog again, but the feeling stayed with me for weeks. I kept walking the same streets, taking the same route home, but I never stopped looking over my shoulder. I kept hoping that the feeling would fade, that it was just a momentary thing. But it didn't. It lingered. And somehow, I knew that I'd never be able to shake the memory of those silent footsteps following me, no matter how many times I walked that same street. I can't explain it. Maybe it was just a dog, maybe I was just tired, or maybe it was something else entirely. But I know one thing for sure. There are some things you can't unfeel. And for me, the presence of that silent dog will always be one of them. I've been hiking in the mountains for a few days, following a trail that I had read about online. It wasn't a heavily trafficked route, which is exactly what I wanted. The fresh air, the solitude, this was the kind of hiking I craved, far from the crowds. I was alone, just me, my gear, and the thick forest surrounding me. The sound of my boots crunching on the dry, dead leaves beneath my feet was the only noise I could hear, aside from the occasional bird call. The trail had been well marked up until this point, but I'd found myself wandering off course more than once, lured by the temptation of curiosity, the unmarked side paths that beckoned like they held some secret. It was mid-afternoon when I first spotted the cabin. It wasn't visible from the trail, but as I was walking, I noticed a clearing up ahead and a shadow in the distance. The trees grew sparse here, and the sun filtered through the branches, casting long, slanted shadows on the ground. I wasn't expecting to find anything like this out here. An old, abandoned cabin in the woods seemed out of place. It stood there, weathered and worn, as if it had been forgotten by time. The wood was chipped and peeling, the roof sagging in the middle. The stone foundation was cracked, but the structure seemed stable enough. It was so isolated, tucked away among the trees, and yet I felt this pull toward it. Something about it was interesting. Maybe I was looking for an adventure, or maybe it was just the human instinct to explore something out of the ordinary. But whatever it was, I found myself walking up to the cabin, my feet crunching on the dry, dirt path leading to the rotting porch. The door was slightly ajar, just enough to let me know that it wasn't completely sealed shut, but also not wide open, as if whoever left it here wanted to leave it undisturbed. I hesitated for a moment, wondering if I should just move on, but my curiosity got the best of me. With a deep breath, I pushed the door open, the old hinges creaking in protest. The smell hit me immediately, a musty, damp odor mixed with the scent of decay. The air inside felt stale, as if it had been trapped here for years, unbothered by the outside world. I stepped inside, the floorboards groaning under my weight. It was dark, the only light coming from the crack of the open door and a small window on the far side of the room. Dust hung thick in the air, illuminated by the slivers of light that crept in from outside. I squinted, my eyes slowly adjusting to the dim interior. The cabin was small, with only a few rooms. It looked like it hadn't been lived in for a long time. Cobwebs lined the corners of the ceiling, and old, yellowed newspapers were scattered across the floor. There was a small wooden table in the center of the room, covered in dust and a layer of grime. A rusted stove sat against one wall, a couple of chairs around it, as though someone had left in a hurry. I moved through the room slowly, careful not to make too much noise. The cabin felt abandoned, but there was something unsettling about it. It was as if someone had just stepped away, but I couldn't shake the feeling that it hadn't been completely empty for as long as I imagined. The floor creaked loudly under my feet as I explored each room, each step magnified in the silence. In one room, I found a bed frame, old and sagging. The mattress was gone, but the sheets were still there, yellowed with age, hanging loosely from the frame as if someone had just taken the bed apart and left. But it wasn't just the furniture that caught my attention. There were strange markings on the walls. At first, I thought it was just some sort of graffiti or random scribbles. But the more I looked, the more I realized these markings were deliberate. Symbols I didn't recognize, drawn in what looked like charcoal or paint. Some were crude, others more intricate, looping in patterns that seemed to move if you stared at them long enough. I traced one of them with my finger, an odd, jagged shape that seemed to spiral inward. I felt a chill run down my spine as I touched the rough surface. There was something deeply unsettling about these symbols. They didn't belong here. I pulled my hand away and continued exploring. The further I went into the cabin, the more the place seemed to weigh on me, as if the air itself was thicker in the back rooms. I tried to shake off the uneasy feeling, telling myself it was just the isolation and the strange markings that had me on edge. But there was something else, something that didn't sit right. I reached the last room, a small, dark space at the back of the cabin. It had a small, boarded-up window and a heavy wooden door that led to the second floor. There was a faint smell of mildew in the air, and the floorboards here seemed even more unstable than the rest of the cabin. As I stepped inside, the air grew colder, the musty smell more intense. The room felt claustrophobic, as if the walls were closing in on me. But what really got to me were the things on the walls. More symbols, but these seemed different. These didn't look like anything I had seen before. They were arranged in tight, deliberate patterns, and there was something about them that made my skin crawl. I was about to leave when I heard it, the unmistakable sound of footsteps above me. Slow, heavy steps, like someone was walking across the floor of the second level. I froze, heart pounding in my chest. No one was supposed to be here. I had checked outside before entering the cabin, and there was no sign of anyone. And yet, I could hear the steps, faint but unmistakable, creaking through the floorboards overhead. I stood there for a moment, my mind racing, trying to make sense of what I was hearing. Maybe it was an animal, though it sounded far too deliberate for that. I glanced at the door, but it was still slightly ajar, the light outside casting long shadows into the cabin. I moved cautiously toward the door, my steps barely making a sound. The last thing I wanted to do was confront whatever or whoever was upstairs, but I had to leave. I had to get out of here. As I moved toward the door, the footsteps above me grew louder. There was no mistaking it now. Someone was up there. They were walking around, their movements deliberate, as if they knew I was here. The hair on the back of my neck stood up. I turned, my heart racing, and rushed toward the door. But when I grabbed the handle and tried to pull it open, I froze. It wouldn't budge. I tugged harder, pulling with all my strength, but the door was stuck as if something was blocking it from the other side. My mind went into overdrive. I glanced around, desperately searching for another way out, but there was none. The small window was boarded up tightly. The cabin felt like it was closing in on me. The footsteps above grew faster, like someone was moving toward the stairs. My panic set in as I realized I was trapped. My breathing quickened. I looked back at the door. It was still stuck, and the sound from upstairs were getting louder, closer. I couldn't think straight. Every inch of my body screamed for me to get out, to find a way to escape before whoever was up there found me. I grabbed the door again, throwing my shoulder into it, desperate to break free. My mind raced as I threw myself against it one last time. This time, it gave way, and the door swung open with a loud crack. I didn't wait a second longer. I bolted outside, not looking back, my heart pounding in my chest. I didn't stop running until I was back on the trail, breathing hard, my legs aching from the effort. I looked over my shoulder, expecting to see someone chasing after me. But there was nothing, just the trees, the silence of the mountains. But I knew something had been there. I knew I wasn't imagining the footsteps, the feeling of being watched. It wasn't an animal. It wasn't some strange, supernatural force. It was just someone who had been hiding in that cabin, someone who didn't want to be found. I didn't stop until I reached the nearest town, where I finally found some safety, some comfort in the presence of people. But even then, I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone in those woods. I don't know who or what was in that cabin, but I know I'm never going back. I had been driving for hours, the headlights cutting through the dark expanse of the deserted highway. It was one of those nights where the road stretched out endlessly in front of me, the air cool and quiet, save for the hum of the tires on the asphalt. The clock in my car read 2:17 a.m. I wasn't really in any hurry, but I was starting to feel the weight of the night press on my eyelids. I'd been out on the road, heading home from a long trip, and it felt like the only thing keeping me awake was the occasional flash of a sign or the sparse lights from distant farms. The highway was as lonely as I'd ever seen it. No other cars, no trucks, nothing but miles of open road in either direction. It had been like this for hours. I hadn't seen another soul since I passed a small town about an hour ago. The vast emptiness of the place almost felt oppressive. As I drove, I found my mind wandering, remembering things I had forgotten about, details from my trip, people I had met, places I had visited. I always found that when I was driving alone in the dark like this, it was hard to focus on just the road ahead. My thoughts seemed to drift in and out of clarity like the flickering of my headlights. Then I saw it, a figure standing by the side of the road. At first, I thought it was just a hitchhiker. I'd seen plenty of those during my travels, and most of the time, I avoided picking anyone up. But something about this person caught my attention. They were standing perfectly still just off the edge of the highway, as if waiting. I don't know why, but my foot instinctively pressed down on the brake. My car slowed, and I considered driving past, but a part of me felt strange. I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. Maybe it was the way they stood, unnaturally still, or the fact that there was no vehicle in sight for miles around. Either way, I couldn't help myself. I pulled over. I rolled down the window, and that's when I noticed it. The air changed. It wasn't just the cool night air anymore. There was something else mixed in, a faint but unmistakable smell. It was the kind of scent that made your stomach churn, a decaying, rotting odor, almost as if something had been left out in the sun for too long. The smell made me feel sick, and for a split second, I thought about rolling up the window and driving off. But then I saw the person step forward. They were wearing a long, ragged coat, something that looked too old to be from this decade, let alone this century. The coat was torn in places, and the fabric was frayed and faded. I couldn't make out their face at first, but I thought that maybe the darkness was playing tricks on me. They were too far to see clearly, so I figured they might have their head down or something. I waited, my breath coming out in shallow puffs, feeling the tension build in my chest. As the figure stepped closer, I realized there was something seriously wrong. The smell hit me harder now, so strong it nearly made me gag. It wasn't just the smell of decay. There was something about it that was so unnatural. I leaned forward, squinting through the darkness, trying to get a better look at them. It was then that I saw it. There was no face. No eyes, no nose, no mouth. Just smooth, pale skin where a face should have been. The skin was an unnatural, almost sickly white, like something that hadn't seen sunlight in years. My blood ran cold as I realized the figure had no features at all. It was as if someone had taken a mannequin and painted over the face, leaving it blank, smooth, and lifeless. I didn't know what to do. My heart was racing now, thumping in my chest like it was trying to escape. I couldn't stop staring at the figure, but I also couldn't seem to tear my eyes away. I could feel a kind of panic starting to claw at me, but I was frozen, staring at the person standing just a few feet away from my car. And then they took another step closer. I snapped out of my trance. I don't know what made me do it, but I slammed my foot down on the gas pedal, and the car lurched forward. My heart was hammering in my chest, and I didn't even care that I was speeding now. I just needed to get away from that thing, whatever it was. I didn't even bother to look back. My hands gripped the steering wheel so tightly that my knuckles went white, but all I could think about was getting as far away from that thing as possible. I sped down the highway, the headlights cutting through the darkness, my mind racing. I didn't dare look in the rearview mirror. I didn't want to know if it was following me. I kept my eyes on the road ahead, focusing on the endless stretch of asphalt and the sound of my tires eating up the miles beneath me. But then, I couldn't help it. I glanced in the rearview mirror, and there it was. The figure was still standing by the side of the road, exactly where I'd left it. No movement, no change, just standing there, staring at me. The same pale, featureless face. It didn't look like it had even moved. I didn't know how it was possible. How could it still be there? I had been driving for miles, and yet it was as if it hadn't moved an inch. I blinked, tried to shake the image from my mind. But there it was again, clear as day in the rearview. The figure didn't move, didn't do anything, but I could feel its presence like it was still watching me, even as I sped away. My mind was racing now, adrenaline pumping through my veins. I didn't know what to think, but I knew one thing for sure. I wasn't stopping again. Not for anything. The rest of the night passed in a blur, my hands trembling on the wheel, my eyes flicking between the road and the rearview mirror, expecting to see that featureless face staring back at me. But as I kept driving, I began to convince myself that it was all just a trick of the mind. Maybe I had been too tired, too sleep-deprived. Maybe the smell had been the result of some animal carcass nearby, and the figure was just a hallucination caused by too much time on the road. It wasn't until the next morning, when I pulled into a small gas station to fill up, that I realized I was still shaking. The memory of that face, the pale, smooth skin, the empty nothingness where a face should have been, was burned into my mind, and I couldn't shake it. I tried to tell myself it was just a trick of the mind, but something inside me told me that wasn't the case. Something inside me told me that I had encountered something unnatural. The gas station attendant looked at me strangely when I stepped out of the car, my hand still trembling as I fumbled with the pump. I must have looked like a mess. I hadn't slept, hadn't eaten, and I couldn't stop thinking about what had happened. I didn't want to tell anyone about the figure. They'd think I was crazy, and maybe I was. But I couldn't forget. I paid for the gas and climbed back into my car, still shaken. As I pulled out onto the road and started to head towards home, I found myself checking the rearview mirror again. The highway was still empty, and for a brief moment, I thought that maybe I had imagined the whole thing. But then, as I turned my gaze back to the road, I noticed something that made my blood run cold. There in the distance, standing on the side of the road, was another figure. The same shape, the same pale skin, the same lifeless stance. And I realized something that made my stomach churn. I had been followed. I had been sorting through the attic all afternoon. My parents had asked me to go through some of the old family photos and memorabilia they had collected over the years. It was strange being up there alone, surrounded by dusty boxes filled with old memories. The attic smelled of age, like paper and wood, a scent I couldn't quite place. The light from a single bare bulb in the corner flickered now and then, adding an unsettling rhythm to the otherwise silent space. I had been up there for hours, sorting through photos of birthdays, holidays, and family vacations. The older pictures were faded, some of the edges curled and yellowed with time, but it was clear how much each one had meant to my parents. There were so many memories packed into the photos. My parents, my siblings, grandparents, and aunts and uncles. A lot of these moments felt distant now, but as I sifted through each image, I found myself feeling a strange mix of nostalgia and sadness. I came across a picture that caught my eye. It was from a vacation we had taken to the beach years ago. My family, all of us on a sunny afternoon, smiling with the ocean behind us. I knew this one well. It had always been a favorite, one that my parents had framed and hung in the living room for years. But there was something odd about it now. It wasn't the picture itself. It was the way it was lying on the shelf, face down. I didn't remember ever turning it that way. I was certain I had put it back in the box face up like all the others. Maybe I was mistaken, but the thought of it being flipped made my stomach tighten. I felt a small twinge of discomfort, though I couldn't exactly explain why. Without thinking, I flipped the picture over. The sight of it made my breath catch in my throat. In the photograph, everyone was there, my parents, my siblings, our family friends, all standing together on the beach, smiling in the warm light. But there was something glaringly wrong. I wasn't in it. I stared at the photo for a long time, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. My mind raced as I tried to convince myself that it was just a mistake, maybe some trick of the light or an old print where I was hard to see. But that didn't make sense. I remembered that day clearly. I had been right there in the middle of the group, grinning as I stood next to my sister, my mom behind me. I had been a part of that moment. I was in that photo. I flipped the photo back over to see the date written in the corner, 2002. That was the year we had gone on that trip, the summer before my senior year of high school. I knew I had been there, yet my face was nowhere to be found. Feeling a strange unease creeping up my spine, I grabbed the next picture. It was from the same vacation, taken just moments before or after the first one. I could tell because we were all wearing the same clothes, standing in almost the same positions. I turned it over. Again, I wasn't there. My stomach twisted with an inexplicable dread. I flipped through the rest of the photos from that day, each one more unsettling than the last. In every single one, I was missing. I could see my sister, my parents, even the dog we had back then, but not me. I wasn't in any of them. I had no memory of anyone else flipping these pictures or removing me from them. It didn't make sense. The longer I stared at the photos, the more I began to feel like I was losing touch with reality. This wasn't just a mistake. Something was wrong. But what? How could I not be in any of these pictures when I so clearly remembered being there? My heart raced, and the attic around me seemed to grow colder, the shadows deeper. I wanted to call someone, but a strange, suffocating feeling held me in place. My hands shook as I held the photos, now scattered around me on the floor. I couldn't look away from them. I felt like if I did, I might miss something important. I stood up, feeling dizzy, the air in the attic growing heavy. My mind was racing. I could hear my own heartbeat in my ears, thumping louder with each second. I had to find an explanation for this. It was impossible. It had to be a mistake. I grabbed the rest of the photo albums and pulled them down from the shelf. My fingers fumbled with the edges, as if I were tearing at the fabric of something delicate and fragile. I didn't want to think what it meant if I was actually gone from the photos, but I couldn't stop. I needed to know. The next album was full of pictures from various holidays and family gatherings, some from before the vacation I had just been looking at, others from years later. I turned each page with frantic speed, looking for anything that could make sense of what I was seeing. The photographs blurred together in my mind, faces merging into a haze of colors and memories, but the one thing that stood out was the same. I wasn't in any of them. Every time I checked, every picture I turned over, I wasn't there. Even photos I knew I'd been in before, Christmas gatherings, my birthday parties, none of them had me in them. At first, it felt like I was losing my mind. But then, as I turned the last page of the album, something in me snapped. I stood up, my legs trembling. The attic felt too small now, suffocating. My breaths came in short gasps. I couldn't make sense of it anymore. I was starting to panic, the air thick with my own unease. Was I going crazy? I had to leave this place. I backed toward the stairs, stumbling over boxes, knocking them over in my haste to get out. My eyes were locked on the pictures scattered around the attic floor. But just as I was about to turn and head downstairs, I heard a voice. A soft, distant whisper. "You never were." I froze. The words felt like ice, sinking deep into my chest. It wasn't loud, and it wasn't accompanied by any kind of forceful presence. It was just there, like a soft murmur carried by the dust and the quiet of the attic. My body went cold, my mind fighting to comprehend the meaning of what I had just heard. I felt the hairs on the back of my neck rise, a chill sweeping over me, but I didn't turn around. I couldn't. I stood motionless, my hands still gripping the edge of the photo album, my heart pounding in my chest. The voice wasn't anything supernatural. It wasn't a ghost. It was just there, but it made everything feel so real, so raw, that I could hardly breathe. I stared at the photos again, everything around me spinning. But then, like a weight lifting, the tension in my chest began to ease. My breathing steadied as my mind began to clear. I realized something. Slowly, the pieces of the puzzle fell into place. This wasn't about being erased or vanishing. It wasn't something supernatural at all. It was my mind playing tricks on me, playing on my fear. A long-buried memory surfaced, one I hadn't wanted to remember. The vacation wasn't the happy family trip I thought it was. It had been a trip fraught with tension, arguments, and resentment. It was the last vacation before everything began to fall apart. Before my parents started fighting more, before my family began to unravel. The truth hit me like a ton of bricks. The reason I wasn't in any of those photos was simple. I hadn't been there in any meaningful way. I had already emotionally checked out long before the vacation. I had been distant from everyone, barely participating in the trip. And over the years, I had forgotten that. I had convinced myself that I had been in those moments, part of the family, when in reality, I was a ghost, walking through that vacation without being truly present. My mind had filled in the gaps, erased the uncomfortable truth, and I had allowed myself to believe that I belonged in those photos. But I didn't. I had been too busy with my own feelings, too wrapped up in my own world, to notice the rift growing between my family and me. The voice I had heard wasn't a warning or a supernatural presence. It was simply my subconscious forcing me to confront the truth. I had never really been there, not in the way I thought I was. And the photo, the images of a family that no longer existed as it once had shown me that. I turned around and made my way back down the stairs, my legs still shaky, but my mind clearing. I could feel the weight of the old photos in my hands, the truth about that time heavy on my chest. But at least now I could face it. I had been meaning to visit my old friend, Mark, for months. We'd lost touch over the years, but I knew he had recently moved into a new house, and after some time, I figured it would be nice to catch up. Mark and I used to be inseparable. We met in middle school and were pretty much best friends all through high school. But life happened, as it does, and we both drifted apart. He moved to a different city, and I stayed here. We exchanged a few texts every now and then, but not much more than that. I rang the doorbell at his new place, hands shoved in my jacket pockets, feeling the cool autumn air that smelled faintly of rain. The door swung open, and there was Mark, looking older, maybe a little thinner, but still familiar. Or at least, that's what I thought. "Hey, come in," he said, stepping aside to let me in. His voice sounded a little flat, but I just assumed it was because of the years we hadn't spoken. Maybe we were both a little out of practice when it came to catching up. I stepped inside and glanced around. The house looked nice, modern and tidy, but there was something about it that felt off. The walls were painted a soft beige, but the rooms felt almost too empty, like they were missing something. There was no warmth in the space, no personal touches. It looked like it had just been furnished, but not lived in. "Let's sit down," Mark said, gesturing toward the living room. There was a large sectional couch with just a couple of throw pillows scattered across it. No coffee table, no knickknacks on shelves. It didn't feel like home, at least not like a home I'd expect from someone who'd lived here for a while. We sat down across from each other. Mark leaned back against the cushions, folding his arms, and stared at me for a few seconds. I could tell something was off, but I couldn't put my finger on it. He didn't seem as engaged as he used to be. Back in the day, we would have been chatting away by now, laughing about old stories or sharing what had been going on in our lives. Instead, there was just silence between us, stretching out too long. Finally, I broke the quiet. "Nice place," I said, trying to fill the awkward space with something positive. "Looks like you settled in well." He nodded, but didn't say anything in response. It felt like he hadn't even heard me, like his mind was elsewhere. I tried again, bringing up a memory from our high school days. "Do you remember that time we skipped class and went to that diner? We got in so much trouble for that." I half expected a laugh or at least some recognition, but nothing. He just stared at me for a moment, his eyes flat, his expression unreadable. Then, after a long pause, he said, "I don't remember that." My heart skipped a beat, and I couldn't help but feel a chill run down my spine. "What do you mean, you don't remember? It was only a few years ago." "I don't remember, okay." His tone was a little sharper than before, but still, it felt distant. He looked away, his gaze drifting toward the wall. It was strange. This wasn't like Mark. Not at all. He was always the one to keep the conversation going, to laugh at silly things, to joke around. But here he was, sitting across from me, distant and disconnected, like he wasn't the person I once knew. I tried to push the thought away, chalking it up to time and the inevitable changes life brings. But then my eyes fell on a family photo on the wall. It was a picture of Mark with a woman and 2 kids, all of them smiling, looking happy. But something about it didn't sit right with me. I didn't remember this photo. I'd never seen it before. Mark had always been a little private about his personal life, but I was sure I would have seen a picture of his family at some point. I couldn't have missed it. "Who are they?" I asked, pointing at the photo. Mark followed my gaze, and his expression shifted just for a moment. It was like he had to think about it before he spoke. "That's my family," he said flatly, like it was no big deal. But the way he said it, it didn't sound right. It didn't sound like he was proud or happy to talk about them. It was like he was just listing something off, like an item on a to-do list. I nodded slowly, trying to mask the unease creeping up my spine. I had to admit it. I was starting to feel uncomfortable. Something wasn't adding up. The more I thought about it, the more I realized how much was off about the situation. I leaned forward, staring at the photo. "I don't remember you ever mentioning having a family. Have you been married for a long time?" Mark's gaze flicked toward the photo for a second. Then he looked back at me. "I've been married for a while now. A few years. A few years." I repeated slowly, my voice trailing off. That didn't make sense. I've been in touch with Mark pretty regularly over the years, and I was sure he'd never mentioned getting married or having kids. None of this was adding up. Why didn't I know about this? I'd always been one of the first people he'd tell things like that. I stayed quiet for a moment, tried to figure out what to say. Something about this didn't feel right. It felt like I was sitting in a room with a stranger who just looked like my old friend. It felt like Mark's eyes were focused on me, but he wasn't seeing me, not the way he used to. He wasn't engaged with me. I felt like I was fading into the background of this house. "Mark, is everything okay?" I asked, my voice trembling a little. "You seem different. I don't know, backslash. It's like you're not really here, you know?" He didn't answer. Instead, his eyes darted around the room, and for a second, I thought I saw a flash of something behind his gaze, something dark like he was struggling to hold something back. But then it was gone, and he just looked at me again with the same blank expression. "I'm fine," he said finally, but the words didn't sound convincing. They felt empty, hollow. I felt a wave of panic rising in my chest. My mind was racing now. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was very wrong. I wanted to leave, to get out of there, but I didn't know what to say. The silence between us grew heavier, thicker. The walls of the room seemed to close in on me. Suddenly, I realized something else, something more disturbing than the photo, than Mark's odd behavior. The more I sat there, the more I started to feel like I didn't remember him. The memories of our friendship, our time together, they started to fade. It was like they were slipping through my fingers, vanishing into thin air. I tried to hold on to them. I tried to recall the good times, the late night talks, the inside jokes. But the harder I focused, the more distant they became, as if the memories were being erased one by one. It wasn't just that Mark seemed different. It was as if the Mark I knew was fading away from my mind entirely. The panic surged. I stood up abruptly, almost knocking over the coffee table. I don't know what's happening, but this isn't right. I don't remember you anymore. Mark didn't move, didn't react. His eyes were still blank, still distant. He wasn't even looking at me anymore. His gaze was fixed somewhere else, like he was somewhere far away. I backed away from the couch, my heart hammering in my chest. The room felt suffocating now. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't think. I turned and bolted toward the door, throwing it open and stepping out into the cool air, gasping for breath. I didn't know what was happening, but I couldn't stay there. I needed to get away. I didn't look back as I walked down the driveway, my mind a whirlwind of confusion and fear. I had to get away from that house. From Mark. As I walked toward my car, I tried to grasp at the memories of our friendship, but it was like they were slipping through my mind like sand through my fingers. The more I tried to hold on, the faster they faded. I couldn't remember the details anymore. The way Mark laughed, the things we used to talk about, the way his face would light up when he was excited. By the time I got to my car, I realized something worse. I wasn't sure I'd ever really known Mark at all. Maybe I just invented the memories of him in my mind. Maybe I'd created the person I thought he was. Maybe I didn't know him at all. But what scared me the most, what made my stomach twist with dread, was the nagging feeling that maybe it wasn't just Mark who had changed. Maybe I had too. I was staying in an old hotel on the outskirts of town. The building was tucked away behind a row of old trees, looking like it had seen better days. The faded sign above the door swung slightly in the breeze, as if it was just barely holding on. The reception area smelled like old wood and dust, and the clerk at the desk didn't say much, just handed me a key and pointed me toward the stairs. The whole place had a certain tiredness to it, as though it had long ago given up trying to be anything other than a relic of the past. The room I'd been assigned was on the second floor, at the far end of the hall. As I walked down the narrow corridor, the floorboards creaked beneath my feet, the sound echoing in the silence. The hallway lights flickered, casting long, odd shadows against the walls. The air was thick with the smell of stale carpet and old wood. It felt as though time had stopped in this place, trapped between the present and some forgotten past. When I opened the door to my room, I was greeted by the dim glow of a single light bulb hanging from the ceiling. The furniture was outdated, worn from years of use, but it looked clean enough. The bed, a queen-sized one with a floral bedspread that was faded but still intact, sat against the far wall. A small wooden desk with a chair was positioned beneath a window, which overlooked a dark alley. There was a wardrobe in the corner, a full-length mirror beside it, and a small, old-fashioned lamp on the nightstand. The entire room had an odd quietness, as though it had been waiting for someone to enter. I dropped my bag onto the bed and took a look around, trying to shake off the sense of unease that clung to the place. I wasn't sure what it was about this hotel, but there was something unsettling about it, like it was a place caught in limbo, too old to be comforting, but not quite old enough to feel like a historical monument. It felt abandoned, even though it wasn't. I shrugged it off, thinking it was just the dim lighting and the age of the building getting to me. I took a quick shower to freshen up, the water warm and soothing as it ran over my skin. When I stepped out, I glanced at the mirror above the sink. At first, it seemed normal, the reflection clear and steady. But then I noticed something. In the reflection, I could see the faint outline of a figure standing behind me. My heart skipped a beat. I spun around quickly, but there was nothing there. The room was empty. I looked back at the mirror, still just the reflection of the bathroom. The room was empty, just as I had left it. I stood there for a moment, staring at my reflection, trying to make sense of what I had just seen. My mind was racing, trying to figure out what had happened. It couldn't have been a trick of the light. There was no one behind me. I had been alone in the room. I took a deep breath, trying to calm myself. It had to have been a figment of my imagination, right? Maybe I was just tired, or my mind was playing tricks on me. But then, as I stood there, I saw it again. A slight movement, almost imperceptible in the reflection. The figure wasn't standing still anymore. It was shifting as if it was slowly turning toward me. I froze, my heart pounding in my chest. I looked over my shoulder once more. No one. The room was still empty. Yet the figure in the mirror kept moving, almost like it was trying to get closer to me. I couldn't take my eyes off the mirror. I felt a growing sense of panic, like something was wrong, like I needed to leave this room. But my feet were frozen to the floor. The figure in the mirror continued to shift, moving ever so slowly, its outline becoming clearer. The face, it didn't have a face. It was like a blur, as if the reflection couldn't capture all of the details. But the figure's movement was unmistakable. It was there, and it was not supposed to be. I stumbled backward, my hands shaking as I gripped the edge of the sink. My mind screamed at me to leave, to get out of the room and never come back. But as I turned to the door, I heard a faint sound, like the creak of a floorboard. My breath hitched. I slowly turned back around. Nothing. The room was empty again. The mirror still reflected nothing but the room. No figure, no movement. Just silence. I felt my pulse in my throat, the air thick with tension. Was I losing my mind? Had the stress of traveling finally caught up with me? But no. Something felt off. Something felt wrong about this place. I wasn't imagining things. The figure in the mirror hadn't been a trick of the light. It had been real, even if no one else could see it. I forced myself to move away from the mirror and sat down on the edge of the bed. I rubbed my eyes, trying to shake off the feeling of dread that had settled over me. I needed to calm down. I could feel my breathing becoming shallow, my mind racing through every possible explanation. Maybe it was just the reflection of something outside the window or the shadows playing tricks on me. I could have sworn I heard the sounds of footsteps, though, but no one had come to my room. I was alone. For the rest of the evening, I tried to push the incident from my mind. I watched some TV, had a quick bite to eat from a small bag of snacks, and tried to relax. But the unease didn't leave. I kept glancing at the mirror, almost expecting to see that figure again. I didn't want to go near it, but I couldn't help myself. I needed to know if it would happen again. I finally decided to turn in for the night. The bed, though not the most comfortable, felt like a welcome relief. I pulled the covers up, trying to bury myself in the warmth, but sleep wouldn't come. I kept staring at the ceiling, the sound of my own breathing the only thing breaking the silence. Eventually, exhaustion began to pull me under, and I drifted off into a restless sleep. Sometime during the night, I woke up. I'm not sure what had startled me. Maybe it was the cold or the sudden shift in the air, but I was awake now, wide-eyed and alert. I lay there, listening to the sounds of the hotel. The old walls creaked, and the wind outside rattled the window. Then, the faint sound of footsteps, slow, deliberate, echoed through the room. I turned my head, my heart racing. There was nothing there. The room was still empty. But the footsteps, they didn't stop. They came closer. I couldn't tell if they were coming from outside the room or from somewhere inside the building. The footsteps sounded distant at first, but they grew closer and closer until they stopped right outside my door. I held my breath, waiting. Nothing happened. The silence stretched on, and then just when I thought it was over, the door handle rattled. I shot up in bed, my heart pounding. I was paralyzed, unable to move. The door handle rattled again, and then the sound of footsteps retreated down the hall. I waited, listening, but the silence that followed was deafening. I mustered the courage to stand and check the door. There was nothing, no sign of anyone, no indication that anyone had even been there. But the fear didn't go away. The sense of unease settled back in, even stronger than before. The next morning, I packed my things and left the hotel as quickly as I could. As I walked out the door, I glanced back at the building. It stood there, silent and unmoving, as if it had never witnessed the things I'd felt during my stay. The clerk at the desk didn't look up as I left, and I didn't say a word to him. I just walked out into the morning air, feeling the weight of the night lift from my shoulders. I never returned to that hotel again, but I've thought about it often, about the mirror, the footsteps, and that strange feeling that something was watching me, even when I knew I was alone. Sometimes I wonder if it was all just a trick of the mind, but every time I look into a mirror, I can't help but wonder if there's something else, something hidden in the reflection, waiting. When I was 11, I stayed the night at my cousin's farmhouse during the summer. My parents had dropped me off earlier that afternoon, and the air smelled like sun-warmed grass and dirt, the way it always did out in the country. The farmhouse was old, with chipped white paint and a rusted metal roof that creaked when the wind hit it just right. The barn sat about 50 yards behind the house, past a chicken coop and a sloping field that ended in a line of trees. It was the kind of place that felt quiet even during the day. The kind of silence where you hear things you normally don't, the wind pushing through the trees, the distant hum of bugs, and the low groans of wood settling under its own weight. It was my cousin's idea to sleep in the barn. He was 12, just a year older than me, and I always looked up to him. He said it would be fun, like camping, and we could pretend we were outlaws hiding out. We dragged some old sleeping bags and a couple of thick quilts out there just before the sun dipped below the trees. The sky turned that deep purplish blue you only get in the country, and the first stars started showing up while we laid our stuff out in the corner of the barn where the floor was still mostly clean. There was a little space near the back wall where the wood didn't creak too much, and a couple of hay bales stacked nearby that made it feel like a fort. The barn was big, probably older than the house, with thick beams and that strong, earthy smell of hay and old animals. Dust floated in the air, catching the last of the daylight through the slats in the walls. We had one flashlight between us and an old battery-powered lantern his dad used for hunting trips. By the time we settled in and clicked the lantern on, the barn had gone full dark. You couldn't see more than a few feet in front of you without the light. The bugs outside were loud, buzzing and chirping in the tall grass. It was summer in the middle of nowhere, hot even after the sun went down. We lay on top of the sleeping bags, not under them because it was just too warm. We stayed up for a while talking about dumb stuff, movies, kids from school, what we'd do if we found a bear or a bobcat out in the woods. Eventually, we drifted off. I don't know what time it was when I woke up, but it was deep into the night. The lantern had gone out. The flashlight was still beside me, but I didn't reach for it right away. At first, I wasn't even sure why I'd woken up. Everything was black, pitch dark, the kind of dark where you couldn't see your own hand in front of your face. The barn was dead quiet too. No bugs, no wind, nothing. That kind of silence isn't normal. Not out there. It was heavy, like the whole barn was holding its breath. Then I heard it. Footsteps. Not on the ground level where we were, but above us, in the hayloft. They were slow, heavy. Not like boots stomping, but definitely not an animal. It sounded like someone walking across the old wooden boards up there. Step, creak, step, creak. Back and forth. The pattern was weird, slow and steady, like pacing. Not like someone looking for something, not like a kid messing around. Just walking, back and forth, over and over. I froze. For a second, I thought it might be my cousin, but when I turned my head a little, I could hear him breathing next to me, deep and steady. Still asleep. I lay there listening. The steps didn't stop. They just kept going, same pace, same weight. Not fast enough to be a person in a hurry. Not light enough to be a raccoon or something like that. They sounded too big to be a dog, and it didn't sound like hooves either, too spaced out, too controlled. I didn't move. My stomach was tight, like I'd been holding my breath without realizing. I stayed still for what felt like forever, just listening to those steps, back and forth, back and forth. I started trying to make sense of it. Maybe someone had come out from the house and climbed up there. But who would do that in the middle of the night? And why not say anything? I didn't hear the big barn doors open, didn't hear the ladder creak. Nothing. Eventually, I reached for the flashlight and clicked it on. The beam cut through the darkness, a thin column of light pointing at the barn rafters above. The hayloft was maybe 10 feet up, with a thick wooden railing and loose boards. I swept the light around, slowly, but I couldn't see anyone. No shadow, no movement, just the same dusty wood and old ropes hanging from the beams. The steps had stopped. I stayed like that for a long time, just holding the light and staring at the loft. My cousin stirred beside me and sat up. I didn't say anything. I don't even think he realized I was awake too. Eventually, he laid back down and went quiet again. I must have stayed up another hour just listening, but the steps didn't come back. In the morning, the light through the cracks in the barn woke me. The flashlight had rolled out of my hand sometime in the night. My cousin was still asleep. I got up slowly, legs stiff, and looked around the barn in daylight. Everything looked the same as it always had, quiet, dusty, harmless. I climbed up to the hayloft. The ladder creaked under me, every step sending a chill through my chest. When I reached the top, I stood still for a moment, waiting to see if I'd hear anything. Nothing. I stepped out onto the boards. There were footprints. Not shoe prints, not really. Just areas where the dust had been disturbed, where something or someone had walked back and forth. You could see the path clearly. It was a narrow line, maybe 10 feet long, right along the edge of the loft. The boards were bare in that path, like they'd been swept clean by whatever had moved through the dust over and over again. I crouched down and touched the boards. They were just old wood, same as always. I looked for any signs that animals had gotten in, scratch marks, droppings, fur. Nothing, just a path, back and forth, clear as anything I'd ever seen. I didn't say anything to my cousin when he came up behind me. We both just looked at it quiet. He didn't say a word either. He just turned around and went back down the ladder. I followed him. We spent the rest of the day outside, away from the barn. That night, we slept in the house. I never asked him what he thought it was. We never talked about it, not really. Years went by, and I always remembered that night, always remembered the feeling of those footsteps above us and the dead silence in the barn. As I got older, I tried to figure it out. I went over it 1,000 times in my head. I thought maybe it was an animal, a big raccoon, or even a deer that somehow got up there. But that didn't make sense. There was only one way into the loft, and it was the ladder we used. No ramps, no platforms, nothing a wild animal would use to get up there. No way to jump up from the outside. Even if it had somehow gotten up, I couldn't explain the path. It wasn't erratic like an animal. It was too smooth, too deliberate, like someone thinking, pacing back and forth. I thought maybe it was a prank, maybe one of his older brothers sneaking in and messing with us. But I never heard the door, never heard the ladder. And when I asked them years later, they didn't even remember that night. They'd moved out by then, grown up and gone. None of them had ever messed with us when we slept out there, not once. The more I thought about it, the more I realized that it didn't matter if I could explain it or not. What mattered was that it happened. Something walked above us that night. Something real. Something that didn't want to be seen, or maybe didn't care if it was. It didn't speak, didn't run, didn't even look over the edge. It just walked. Years later, when I was in my 20s, my aunt and uncle sold the farm. I hadn't been back in a long time. When I heard they were moving, I drove out to visit one last time. The barn was still there, though it looked worse for wear. The roof was sagging more, the paint was almost completely gone, and weeds grew up around the base. I asked my uncle if I could go inside one last time. He handed me the key. I stepped in and stood there for a long time. The air was still the same, warm, dusty, quiet. Light poured in through the gaps in the walls, striping the floor with gold. I walked over to that back corner, looked up at the loft. The ladder was still there. Same creaks, same old boards. I climbed up, slower this time. My knees weren't what they used to be. The loft looked smaller now. The boards were warped, some cracked, but I could still see the path. Even after all those years, the dust was thinner in that one stretch, 10 feet back and forth. I stood there a while just staring at it, and then I turned around, climbed down, and locked the barn behind me. I still don't know what it was. Maybe I never will, but it was real. Real enough to leave a mark. Real enough that I still think about it sometimes, lying in bed, listening to the silence. Not everything has to be a ghost to be scary. Sometimes it's the things you can't explain, the ones that happen quietly in the middle of the night without a single word, that stick with you the longest. I was walking down the busy street, the sound of footsteps and chatter filling the air around me. The day was bright, the kind of early afternoon sunlight that makes the city feel alive and bustling. I had just left the coffee shop, clutching a half-full cup in my hand, heading toward the subway. The street was crowded, as it always is in the city, with people rushing to and from their destinations, all absorbed in their own lives. I was no different, lost in my thoughts, my gaze occasionally flicking from the pavement to the faces around me. As I walked, something caught my attention. At first, it was just a feeling something shifted in the air. A subtle change, like a sudden drop in temperature or the way the atmosphere gets heavy just before a storm. I glanced around, trying to place it, but nothing seemed out of the ordinary. Then I saw them. A person standing in the middle of the sidewalk, just a few steps ahead of me. At first, I thought they might be lost in thought or maybe waiting for someone, but something about them felt off. They weren't moving, just standing there, still as stone, in a way that felt wrong. I slowed my pace without meaning to, my eyes narrowing as I tried to get a better look. The person's face was almost too pale, their skin an unnatural shade of white. But what made my stomach tighten was their eyes. They were completely black. Not the kind of black where the pupil and iris blend into darkness. No, these eyes were devoid of any color at all. No whites, no pupils, just a vast, endless blackness, like two voids staring back at me, empty and all-consuming. I froze for a moment, caught in their gaze. A cold shiver ran down my spine. My heart skipped a beat, and I felt a slight panic rising in my chest. I told myself it was nothing. Maybe the person had some kind of medical condition or was wearing some weird contacts, but that didn't ease the unease crawling up my skin. I blinked, trying to shake off the weird feeling, and then tried to move past them. But just as I took a step forward, something happened that made my blood run cold. The person reached out. I don't know why, but the movement caught me off guard. Maybe it was the suddenness of it, or the way their hand seemed to move toward me without any real sense of urgency, as if they knew exactly what they were doing. Their fingers brushed against my arm, light but enough to send a jolt of panic through me. The touch was cold, far colder than it should have been, like they were somehow standing in shadow where time didn't quite work right. I flinched, pulling away instinctively, my heart thumping in my chest. For a moment, I couldn't think. My breath hitched, and I stared at them, expecting something more, anything more. But all they did was stand there, their face still empty, eyes fixed on me, as though nothing had happened. They didn't speak. They didn't move. It was as if time had stopped for a brief second, but everything around me continued. The people passing by, the sounds of the street. None of it seemed to matter anymore. My attention was fixated on them. I took a few hurried steps backward, my hand tightening around the coffee cup, trying to calm my nerves. I had to get away from them. I tried to walk around, but when I glanced over again, the person was gone. No trace. Just empty sidewalk. I paused, confused and a little shaken. I had been standing there for a full second, maybe two, processing what had just happened, and now there was nothing. Not a sign of them. No one in the distance had reacted to the strange encounter. No one had stopped. The crowd was moving as though everything was perfectly normal. I couldn't explain it. I stood there for a while, just watching the flow of people, trying to make sense of what had happened. Had I imagined it? Had I been seeing things? I rubbed my eyes, looking around once more to see if I had missed something, but there was nothing out of the ordinary. The street was just as it had been, full of people, cars, and the usual noise. Yet I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. After standing there for longer than I should have, I decided to continue walking. I told myself it was just my mind playing tricks. Maybe I was tired, or maybe I had too much caffeine. I wasn't going to let something as small as a strange encounter stop me. But the unease lingered. It gnawed at the back of my mind as I walked down the street, heading toward the subway entrance. My eyes kept flicking to the people around me, half expecting to see the same person again, standing there with those empty eyes, reaching out toward me. I wasn't sure what I thought would happen if I saw them again, whether I'd confront them or just run. But I didn't see them again. I kept walking, my thoughts racing, trying to forget about it. The feeling slowly faded, buried beneath the noise of the city and the movement of the crowd. I made it to the subway without incident, got on the train, and tried to distract myself with my phone. But even when I sat down and stared at the screen, I couldn't shake that cold touch on my arm. The subway ride felt longer than usual, the rattling of the train louder. When I got off at my stop, I tried to push the experience out of my mind. I had work to do, things to take care of. There was no point in dwelling on something that didn't make sense. I walked through the streets, heading to my office building, and as I turned the corner, I saw something that made my blood freeze once again. It was the person. They were standing across the street from me, at the corner of an alley, watching me. Their eyes were still completely black, just like before. My heart skipped a beat, and I stopped dead in my tracks. The world around me seemed to slow down for a moment as I stared at them, and the cold dread from earlier gripped me once again. This time, I didn't move. I couldn't. I felt like if I turned away, even for a second, they'd somehow be closer, right behind me. But they didn't move either. They just stood there, watching me. My body froze, and for a few long seconds, we just stood there, locked in this strange, silent standoff. I don't know how long it lasted, but eventually, I forced myself to look away. I turned and walked quickly, my feet pounding on the sidewalk, my breath coming faster. The whole time, I kept expecting to hear footsteps behind me, or for them to call out, but nothing happened. I kept walking, faster now, until I reached my building and entered. I stood there for a moment, catching my breath, trying to calm myself. I didn't see them again after that day. Not once. I told myself that maybe it had all been some weird coincidence, maybe some kind of odd hallucination or a trick of the light. I convinced myself that I had imagined it, especially after not seeing the person again in the days that followed. But then something else happened. A few weeks later, I was walking down the same street again. The sun was shining, the air was warm, and everything seemed normal. But as I passed that same corner, I froze. For a split second, I saw a figure standing there, just like before, in the exact same spot, with those same dark eyes. But this time, they were looking at someone else. Someone who wasn't me. I kept walking, my heart pounding, but I couldn't ignore the nagging feeling that something wasn't right. The person hadn't approached me, hadn't even looked my way, but I couldn't shake the sense that they were still out there, somewhere, watching. And I realized then that maybe they hadn't disappeared at all. Maybe they were always there, just waiting for the right moment to reach out again. It was one of those quiet nights where the house seemed to hold its breath. The air was still, no cars passing by outside, no barking dogs in the neighborhood, just a deep, heavy silence. I never babysat for this family before, so everything about the place felt unfamiliar, but that wasn't what made me uneasy. The family had left for the evening, telling me they wouldn't be gone long, just a couple of hours for a dinner out. Their baby was sleeping soundly in the nursery upstairs, and I had been given strict instructions to make sure she stayed asleep. I'd arrived around 7:30. The parents had shown me around, told me the baby's routine, handed me the monitor, and were on their way. It all felt normal enough, and I had settled in on the couch after I made sure the baby was comfortable. I watched TV for a while, scrolling through my phone, not thinking much of the place at first. It was an older house, the kind that creaks and groans when it settles, the kind you expect to hear a door open or a floorboard creak with the wind. The floors had a familiar squeak to them, but that didn't bother me. It was an old house, it made sounds, no big deal. After about an hour, I began to drift off a little. The room was dim with the soft light of the television flickering across the walls. I started to get drowsy, but I couldn't quite sleep. Something about the house felt too quiet, too still. I could hear the faint hum of the refrigerator from the kitchen, the gentle thrum of the HVAC system, but everything else was dead silent. No noise from the streets outside, no animals or bugs making noise. It was just me in the house. I glanced at the baby monitor on the table beside me. The little green light was glowing, indicating the baby was asleep. I could hear a faint breathing in the monitor, soft and steady. Everything seemed fine, but I felt an unease creeping up my spine, an uncomfortable tightness in my chest, like I was being watched. Then I heard it. At first, it was just a soft sound, something I almost thought was my imagination playing tricks on me. But it was there. The faintest sound of music, almost like a lullaby. Soft, gentle, sweet. I froze. My heart began to beat a little faster, but I tried to shake it off. Maybe it was a recording, maybe it was coming from one of those automated baby monitors, or maybe it was even some kind of sound in the house. The baby monitor was silent, but the lullaby sounded too real, too close. I slowly stood up, trying to stay calm. I glanced toward the staircase. The sound was coming from upstairs, from the direction of the baby's room. The nursery was at the far end of the hall, and beyond that, there was an attic door at the top of the stairs. I hadn't noticed it before, but I looked at it now. It was an old, wooden door with a rusted metal latch. Nothing too unusual, but it was the only other place the sound could be coming from. I grabbed the baby monitor again, hoping to catch some movement, any sound that would explain what I was hearing. I was hoping that the lullaby was coming from a device, maybe a sound machine or some kind of speaker in the baby's room. But when I checked the monitor, the baby was still asleep. The room was calm. The lullaby wasn't coming from there. It wasn't coming from the baby at all. The music was coming from the attic. I felt my breath catch in my throat. The room seemed to close in on me, the walls pressing in a little tighter. The music, soft, eerie calm, drifted down the stairs from the attic. I stood there for a few moments, completely still, my mind racing. Should I go upstairs? Was it just a freak coincidence? My rational mind screamed at me that it had to be nothing, just a malfunctioning toy, a sound bouncing off the walls. But that little voice of doubt, the one that never lets you shake the feeling of something being off, was getting louder. It was getting harder to ignore. The baby was fine. The monitor showed no signs of distress. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. I set the monitor back down and stood by the stairs. My pulse was pounding in my ears. The house was unnervingly quiet now. The lullaby, once sweet, had taken on a hollow quality. It was almost too soft, too gentle, like it didn't belong in this world at all. I tried to tell myself I was being silly. There had to be an explanation. The attic was just some old storage space. Maybe a toy was playing by itself, where the air conditioning had caused something to rattle, but nothing made sense. The lullaby still played, clear and slow, echoing through the quiet house. I knew I should call the parents, ask them if they had any idea what was going on, but something stopped me. The idea of disturbing them while they were out for a quiet night was ridiculous, right? But I couldn't get rid of the cold, sick feeling crawling through my chest. The sound of the lullaby stopped. The silence came back in full force. For a moment, I thought maybe it was over, that I'd imagined the whole thing. But then I heard it again. This time it was louder. It came from the attic. I could almost hear the echo of the music through the floorboards. That was it. I couldn't just sit here anymore. My legs felt like they might give out as I hesitated, but I grabbed my phone and dialed the parents' number. It rang, but there was no answer. I left a quick voicemail, asking if they had left a toy on in the attic, or if they knew anything about a music player in the house. I couldn't breathe. The idea of walking up there, of opening that door, felt impossible. The house felt wrong now, as though something had shifted in the air, something I couldn't explain. I glanced over at the monitor again. The baby was still asleep. I glanced at the stairs. I didn't want to go upstairs. I wanted to wait for the parents to call me back. But something about the situation made me feel like I had no choice. I grabbed the flashlight from my bag and started toward the stairs. My feet felt heavy, each step making my chest tighten even more. The house was completely dark now, and the hallway above me was only faintly lit by the moonlight filtering in from the windows. I could hear the distant hum of the attic fan turning, the occasional rattle of a loose window, but nothing else. Nothing to explain the lullaby. I reached the top of the stairs and looked toward the attic door. The rusted latch gleamed faintly in the dim light. I felt sick to my stomach. I tried the handle, but it was locked. I hesitated for a moment, wondering if I should just go back downstairs and pretend this never happened. But I couldn't. I took a deep breath, gathered every ounce of courage I had, and found the key hanging on the wall beside the door. It was an old, iron key that looked like it belonged to a different time. I turned it in the lock, and the door creaked open. What I found inside wasn't what I expected. The attic was a mess of old furniture, boxes, and dusty items stacked high. The air was thick with the smell of mothballs and decay. But there was no music, no lullaby. Everything was silent. I moved farther into the attic, shining the flashlight across the room. There was nothing there except old things, a few broken chairs, some dusty blankets, and a forgotten bookshelf. It looked like it hadn't been touched in years. My heart slowed, and I felt a little silly for being so scared. But just as I was about to turn around and leave, I spotted something. A small, old-fashioned music box sitting on the edge of a shelf. I didn't remember seeing it before, but there it was, a delicate thing made of wood and brass. Its lid was slightly ajar, as though someone had just opened it. I walked over and set the flashlight down. Slowly, carefully, I closed the lid. And when I did, the lullaby stopped. The strange, eerie feeling that had been gripping me for the last half hour began to fade, and I realized just how much my imagination had gotten the better of me. The music had been coming from the music box, somehow still playing after all these years. I stood there for a moment, my heart still racing from the adrenaline, but I could feel the calm returning. The house didn't feel strange anymore, and the air didn't feel as thick. I went back downstairs, and the house seemed peaceful once more. The baby was still asleep. I checked the monitor one last time, making sure everything was fine. And just as I sat back down on the couch, the parents called back, asking if everything was okay. I explained the whole thing, the lullaby, the attic, the music box. They laughed, telling me it was probably something left behind by the previous owners. The house had been in the family for decades, and the music box had been tucked away in the attic for as long as they could remember. I could hear the relief in their voices. When they returned home a little while later, everything felt normal again. But as I was leaving, I caught one last glimpse of the attic door, and for a second, I wondered if I had imagined the whole thing. I didn't stay to find out. It had been a long day of meetings, presentations, and phone calls that left me feeling drained. My business trip had taken me to a small town in the middle of nowhere, and after hours of work, I finally made my way to the old inn where I'd be staying for the night. It was the type of place that could have been charming if it wasn't so worn down. The inn had a character, sure, but it felt like it was stuck in time, as if the walls themselves had forgotten the years. The innkeeper, an older man with gray hair and thick glasses, checked me in with an odd sort of nervousness that I didn't quite understand. I figured it was just a small town thing, a tendency to be overly cautious with outsiders. As I made my way to my room, I noticed the building was incredibly quiet. The wood floors creaked under my feet, and the faint sound of a door opening or closing somewhere in the building echoed down the hallway. There were no other guests in sight, but it was late in the evening, so that wasn't too surprising. The room itself was well old. The wallpaper, faded with age, was a dull floral pattern that clashed with the old, dark wooden furniture. The bed was large, but the blankets felt stiff, as though they hadn't been washed in a while. A small window let in only a sliver of light from the street lamp outside, and despite the early spring season, the room felt unusually cold. I shivered as I dropped my suitcase onto the bed and began to unpack. There was something about the place that set me on edge, something I couldn't quite put my finger on. I brushed it off as exhaustion. I had been traveling for hours and needed to freshen up before heading back out for dinner. I threw my clothes into the drawers, the cold air biting at my skin as I went about the process. The bathroom, just off the side of the room, was similarly dated but functional. The faint smell of mildew lingered in the air, but it wasn't strong enough to be overwhelming. As I splashed my face with cold water from the sink, I tried to shake off the feeling of discomfort creeping up on me. I couldn't help but notice how the lights above the mirror flickered briefly as I glanced up, a faint buzzing sound echoing in the background. I rubbed my eyes and sighed, thinking maybe it was just the old wiring. After brushing my teeth and getting a quick drink of water, I returned to the room, wiping my hands on a towel. The lights flickered again as I closed the bathroom door behind me, but this time I didn't think much of it. I walked back toward the bed, and that's when I saw it. The closet door, which I had distinctly closed when I came in, was now wide open. The slight gap between the door and the frame was enough to make my heart skip a beat. I could have sworn I had shut it. Maybe I hadn't been paying attention when I unpacked, but I felt sure of it. I stared at the open door, the darkness beyond it swallowing up any light that fell from the room. My stomach twisted, and I suddenly had the overwhelming urge to close it. I walked over to the door and reached for the handle, my fingers trembling slightly as I gripped it. The closet smelled musty, like old coats and forgotten shoes, but there was nothing unusual inside, just a few hangers and an old jacket draped over one. I closed the door quickly, my eyes scanning the room for any other signs of disturbance, but everything else seemed normal. Still, The uneasy feeling lingered. I couldn't shake the thought that I wasn't alone in the room. I stood there for a moment, taking a deep breath, tried to dismiss the feeling. It was probably nothing, just my imagination, or perhaps a draft from the window. I moved back toward the bed, tried to ignore the cold creeping down my spine. I was being ridiculous, but then the door slammed. It wasn't the soft creak of the door being nudged open by the wind, nor was it the slow, deliberate opening that might have come from a faulty latch. No, this was a full, sudden slam, the kind that sent a shock through my body, leaving my heart racing in my chest. My breath caught in my throat as I turned, wide-eyed, toward the closet. The door was fully closed, but the sound of it slamming was so loud that it felt as if the entire room had shaken. There was no logical explanation for it. I couldn't think of one. I knew I hadn't imagined it. I had heard it as clearly as anything. And yet, there was no draft, no sudden movement from anything else in the room. I froze in place, my mind scrambling for an explanation, but none came. I didn't want to look back at the closet, but I couldn't tear my eyes away. I stood there for what felt like an eternity, just listening to the silence that seemed to hang in the air. I could hear the faint hum of the lights overhead, the distant sound of traffic somewhere far below, but in the room itself, there was nothing except the lingering tension that seemed to press against me from all sides. I knew something wasn't right. The air felt thick, almost suffocating, and the coldness in the room seemed to have deepened, seeping into my bones. My mind raced through possible explanations, but none made sense. I wasn't one to believe in superstitions or anything remotely supernatural, but for the first time in a long while, I felt genuinely afraid. I turned back toward the closet, hesitating. My instinct screamed at me to leave the room, to get out of this damn place and back to civilization, but I couldn't. Something kept me rooted to the spot, something that felt almost like a challenge. I didn't know what I was challenging, but there was this nagging pull that made me feel like I needed to prove something to myself. I wasn't about to let some old building make me lose my nerve. Slowly, I walked toward the closet again, my heart thudding in my chest, my palms clammy. Each step seemed louder than the last, as if the floor was amplifying my every movement. When I reached the door, I didn't open it right away. Instead, I stood there, hand on the handle, waiting. For what, I wasn't sure, but I had to know. I took a deep breath and twisted the handle, pushing the door open. This time, I was prepared. The closet was empty, just like it had been before. The jacket hung limp on the hook, the hangers swaying slightly. There was nothing amiss. No person, no animal, no strange presence. Just an old closet that smelled like dust and old wood. I let out a long, slow exhale, relief flooding my body. I had been imagining things. There was nothing to be afraid of. It was just an old inn with old furniture, old floors, and old walls that made strange sounds. That was all. But as I turned to close the door, something caught my eye. The jacket on the hanger. Its sleeve was facing in a different direction than before. It hadn't been like that when I had first opened the door. It was a small detail, easy to dismiss, but it was enough to make my skin crawl again. The jacket sleeve wasn't hanging naturally. It had been turned, twisted, as if someone had reached into the closet and fiddled with it. I slammed the closet door shut, my hands trembling as I locked it in place. I didn't know what to think anymore. I had to get out of here, but I didn't want to stay in the hallway either. I didn't want to wander around this strange, silent inn any longer. I grabbed my jacket and bag and hurried toward the door, but as I passed the bed, something else caught my eye. The lights, those damn flickering lights, were dimming even more now, barely casting any light in the room. A sudden wave of panic gripped me, and I had no idea why. I was being ridiculous, I told myself. Just get out, leave. But as I reached for the door handle, I heard it. A faint sound, almost like a whisper, but too soft to understand. It wasn't coming from anywhere specific. It seemed to come from all around me. I hesitated, my hand still gripping the door, and I turned toward the room once more. There was nothing there. No figures, no shadows, no movement. Only the room, the bed, the light. I opened the door and left without another thought, walking quickly down the hallway to the stairs. I didn't look back once. The feeling of being watched never left me, but the closer I got to the front door, the more the weight on my chest seemed to ease. When I stepped out into the fresh air, the quiet night wrapping around me like a blanket, I felt a deep sense of relief. I had no idea what had happened in that room. Maybe I was just tired, or maybe there was something off about the place. Whatever it was, I wasn't staying another night in that inn. I got in my car, drove to a nearby motel, and didn't think about it again. But I couldn't shake the feeling that whatever had been in that room, whatever had been waiting, was still out there, somewhere. When I look back at my time in nursing school, there's one experience that stands out so clearly that it feels like it happened only yesterday. It's a memory that's both chilling and unsettling, and every time I think of it, I still feel a knot in my stomach. This wasn't the kind of thing you would expect to happen in a hospital, but it did, and I, along with the rest of the staff, couldn't explain it. It all started with a patient, an older woman who had been admitted under the most heartbreaking circumstances. She was frail, in her late 70s or early 80s, and had been in and out of the hospital for quite some time. I didn't know her very well, but I knew enough from the charts that she had a long history of heart problems. She had been very clear about her wishes when it came to end-of-life care. No resuscitation, no heroic measures. She had signed a DNR order years ago, and that was the end of it. Or so we thought. Her family, though, had other ideas. They hadn't been very involved with her care before, but now, suddenly, they showed up in full force. Her children, who had power of attorney over her medical decisions, came in and demanded changes. They didn't like the idea of their mother's wishes. They couldn't bear the thought of losing her. And so, they pushed for the DNR to be changed to full code. To be honest, I felt uneasy about the whole situation. I'd been in nursing long enough to understand that sometimes families make decisions out of love, even if those decisions don't reflect the patient's true desires. But there was nothing we could do. The family had the legal right to make the decision, and so the orders were changed. The woman's DNR was revoked, and now, according to her children's wishes, she was full code. That meant we would resuscitate her if her heart stopped, or she stopped breathing, no matter what. I didn't know how to feel about it. I'd seen enough cases of patients who had been in the same situation, where their families insisted on resuscitation even when it was clear that the person had wanted to pass peacefully. But this case was different. This wasn't just a vague request from a family member or a misunderstanding. This was a clear violation of what the patient had wanted. Still, we had to follow the orders. It was what the law required. Days passed, and her condition continued to decline. She became more and more altered. I'd seen it before, patients who were once lucid and strong, now fading before our eyes. Her breathing was shallow, her skin was pale, and her eyes were distant, as if she was already somewhere else. I felt a pit in my stomach every time I walked into her room. It wasn't just the sadness of seeing her deteriorate, but the growing sense that something wasn't right. There was a tension in the air, an undercurrent of unease that I couldn't quite shake off. Then came the day it happened. It was just like any other busy shift. We had a lot of patients to care for, and the halls were filled with the usual noise. Doctors shouting orders, nurses hustling between rooms, and patients calling for assistance. But then, from down the hall, we heard the emergency alarm go off. Code Blue, room 211. Code Blue, room 211. The words blared over the intercom, and I felt my heart skip a beat. I already knew who it was. There was no need to check the room number. I could hear the panic in the voices around me. Her family was in the waiting room, and I could only imagine the looks on their faces when they heard the news. We rushed to the room. The woman was lying in her bed, motionless. Her heart had stopped, and her breathing had ceased. It was clear that she was in V-fib, and without immediate intervention, she would pass. The doctor was already there, and the code team followed right behind me. I knew what we had to do. We began CPR, doing chest compressions and rescue breaths, trying to restore circulation and oxygen. But something wasn't right. The monitor was flashing, the beeping steady, but we couldn't get a pulse. The doctor was at the head of the bed, trying to organize the code, but he seemed more agitated than usual. I could see his hands trembling as he prepared to deliver the shock. We had the defibrillator set up, but when the doctor pressed the button to deliver the shock, nothing happened. The machine failed. It didn't deliver the shock. We all paused for a moment, confused. This had never happened before. The doctor cursed under his breath and tried again. He tried once more, then a third time. But each time the machine failed. The monitor was still showing no pulse. It was like the defibrillator wasn't even connected. At this point, panic started to rise in the room. We all knew that every second counted. If we didn't get her heart restarted, she would be gone. But the machine, an important part of our protocol, refused to work. The doctor was frustrated, pulling at the wires, muttering to himself. We were all in a state of disbelief. This just didn't happen. Not here. Not in this hospital. And then, as quickly as it had started, the woman's heart stopped. The room was still eerily silent. It felt like an eternity. The doctor ordered us to stop chest compressions, but I could still hear the sound of the monitor beeping, signaling her passing. That's when it happened. The defibrillator beeped. The machine clicked on, and without anyone touching it, the shock was delivered. The sound of the shock was like a jolt of electricity that filled the room, and we all jumped in surprise. The doctor stood there, staring at the defibrillator, as if in disbelief. But there was no time to question it. The patient had passed. The family, who had been waiting just outside, rushed into the room. I couldn't help but notice their faces, filled with hope, only to be met with the harsh reality that their mother was gone. They had pushed for the change in her code status, hoping that this would somehow prolong her life. But in the end, she was gone, and it was clear that this was what she had wanted all along. After the code was over, we began the process of cleaning up and documenting everything. But the room felt heavy. The air was thick with tension. The whole experience left us all unnerved. The doctor was still standing near the defibrillator, staring at it like he had just witnessed something impossible. He kept muttering, "It shouldn't have happened like this. It shouldn't have." Later that night, when I had a moment to reflect, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. The machine had failed at the most critical moment, only to work the instant she passed away. It didn't make sense. The hospital had always prided itself on having the best equipment, the best doctors, and the best care. But that day, something happened that we couldn't explain. In the days that followed, we were told that the defibrillator was checked daily, that there had never been a malfunction like that before. It was serviced regularly, and everything was in perfect working condition. The hospital ran diagnostics, and everything came back fine. The machine had never failed in the history of the hospital. Yet, on that day, during that moment, it refused to work until the woman was gone. The staff, the doctors, the nurses, and the family all tried to make sense of it. But we couldn't. There was no logical explanation, no technical error, no malfunction, just a series of events that led to the machine failing at exactly the wrong moment, only to work the second she passed. It left us all with a lingering sense of unease. Was it fate? Was it just a strange coincidence? Was it a sign that maybe, in the end, some things are beyond our control? I've been a nurse for over 20 years now, and I've seen a lot, but I've never seen anything like that. The memory still haunts me, and every time I walk past that room or see the defibrillator, I remember the woman, her family, and the strange, eerie way everything unfolded. In the end, she got what she wanted. She passed on her terms, even though her family had tried to override her wishes. But the events that transpired during that code stayed with me, leaving me to wonder if we truly have control over life and death, or if there are forces at play that we'll never understand. When I was about 7 years old, I almost died. I don't mean I fell off my bike and scraped my knee and thought it was the end of the world. I mean I truly, completely almost died. It was a hot day, one of those dry, dusty days where the air smells like sunburnt grass and warm rubber tires. My two older brothers and I were out at this stretch of open land, not far from where we lived. It was used as an unofficial motocross spot. Guys would bring their dirt bikes out there, racing and jumping the small hills and dips people had shaped into the earth over time. When no one was riding, it was just a wasteland of bumps, ruts, and loose soil. There were no adults around, just the three of us. That place was kind of second home during summers. Our parents didn't really know exactly where we were, and honestly, they trusted us way too much. Back then, kids just disappeared for hours at a time and came back dirty and starving, and nobody thought much of it. I don't remember who came up with the idea to dig a tunnel. Maybe it was me. Maybe it was one of my brothers. But once the idea was in the air, it stuck. We grabbed whatever we had on us, mostly sticks and maybe an old metal spoon someone had left behind, and started digging into the side of Small Hill. It was stupid, incredibly stupid, but at the time it felt like the best idea we'd ever had. It felt like building a fort, but better. We imagined hiding out in there, maybe making little shelves in the dirt walls to stash snacks or flashlights. It wasn't easy work. The soil was soft in some places, but dense and packed in others. We used our hands more than anything else, clawing, scraping, sweating. Our shirts were soaked through, and our fingernails were packed with dirt. Every now and then we'd stop, sit back, and admire our progress. For a bunch of kids, we were weirdly proud of it, like it was some great engineering achievement. Over the course of a few hours, we managed to dig in about 6 feet, maybe more. The tunnel was about 2 feet high, just enough to crawl through on our stomachs. It wasn't straight either, it dipped slightly downwards and then leveled off. We hadn't even thought about supports. We didn't have any wooden planks or boards, nothing to hold up the ceiling. It was just dirt, loose, dry, shifting dirt. I don't know why I was the one crawling in there. Maybe it was my idea and I wanted to prove something. Maybe it was just bad luck. But I wormed my way all the way in, right up to the end where the fresh face of the tunnel was. My arms were bent up near my face, my elbows jammed into the ground, and my knees tucked behind me in the tight space. I remember how the light dimmed the farther in I went. At the front, I could barely see anything. The only light was from the entrance behind me, a narrow oval of daylight that was quickly disappearing from view. Then it happened. There was no warning, no noise, no crack or shift or sound of crumbling. 1 second I was staring at the end of the tunnel, thinking about digging another few inches. The next second, my entire world collapsed. The dirt above and around me gave out and came crashing down in an instant. It was like a wave, a solid wave of dry earth that poured in and swallowed me whole. My face was buried, my head jammed down into the loose soil. My mouth was full of grit before I even had time to scream. It was pitch black, not just dark, total, crushing blackness. And it was hot, so incredibly hot. The kind of heat you don't feel from the sun, but from being squeezed on all sides. It felt like a furnace had been lit around me, like the dirt was on fire. Not literally burning, but the pressure of it, the weight of it. It made my body feel like it was boiling. I couldn't move, not even a twitch. My arms were locked in place, pinned under the dirt. My legs couldn't kick. My head couldn't turn. I couldn't even shift my weight. The weight of the soil was complete. Every square inch of me was being pressed down by hundreds of pounds of dirt. I couldn't scream. I couldn't even breathe properly. I started sucking in dust and particles. Every time I tried to take a breath, it was like trying to drink through a clogged straw. The more I tried to breathe, the more dirt I inhaled. Then I coughed. That was the worst mistake. Coughing made my chest contract, my stomach clench up, and I lost the little bit of space I had left inside my lungs. It felt like a rubber band snapped inside me. I tried again, desperate for air, and got another mouthful of dirt. And then came the panic. It wasn't just fear. It was something deeper, something primal. My mind was screaming, my body was screaming, but there was nothing I could do. I was buried alive. My heart was slamming against my ribs. My ears were pounding. I started to see red, not metaphorically, but literally. The total darkness in front of my eyes shifted into this deep, burning red color, like blood was being forced into my eyeballs. My face felt like it was going to explode. The heat, the pressure, the red light, it all mixed together, and in my 7-year-old mind, there was only one explanation. I thought I was in hell, not going to hell. I thought I had died, and this was it. Buried, burning, trapped in red darkness. I remember thinking I was being punished, that I had done something terribly wrong, that this was how it ended. I'd never see my parents again, never go home, never play with my brothers. I'd just be there forever in that tight, hot tunnel buried under the earth. Time stopped meaning anything. It could have been 10 seconds or 10 minutes. It felt like an hour or longer. I had no sense of it. I wasn't even fully aware anymore. Everything was soundless. Just heat, pressure, the taste of dirt in my mouth, and the burning in my eyes. My body had stopped fighting. I think at some point, I stopped trying to breathe. There was nothing to breathe in, anyway. My lungs felt like they were being crushed. And then, just when everything was starting to fade, I felt something grab my foot. It was soft at first, almost not real. I thought I was imagining it. Then it pulled. A hand wrapped around my ankle, tugging hard. Dirt shifted around my legs, and light, blessed, beautiful light, broke through the soil near my feet. The pressure eased, just slightly, and I felt air hit my legs. My brothers, they had seen the collapse. I must have screamed, or maybe they just heard the sound of the earth caving in. Either way, they had jumped into action. I didn't know at the time, but they had been digging like madmen, hands tearing at the soil, clawing through the loose dirt as fast as they could. It must have only taken them a minute or two to reach my feet, but it felt like a lifetime. The grip on my foot tightened and yanked. Hard. My body shifted, and more dirt loosened around me. Air rushed into the little space near my mouth. I gasped, coughing, choking, and then felt myself being dragged backward. The earth around my chest gave way, then my arms, and finally my head broke through the dirt like I was being born again. I took in a breath, so sharp it hurt. My lungs screamed. My eyes were full of dirt, and I couldn't see anything, but I knew I was out. My brothers didn't stop until they had pulled me completely free. They dragged me out of the hole and onto the dry ground where I laid, coughing and sobbing and spitting up dirt. My whole body was shaking. I couldn't stop. My arms and legs were trembling like I was freezing, but it was still hot out. I had wet myself at some point in there. I didn't even realize it until I felt the cool air on my soaked shorts. I was too shocked to care. None of us said anything. There were no jokes, no yelling. We just sat there in silence, covered in dirt, trying to process what had happened. My chest still hurt from the pressure. My face was scratched, and I couldn't stop blinking. Every breath felt like it came with fire. My brothers had dirt all over them, too, under their fingernails, stuck to their sweaty faces, in their eyes. We never told our parents. Not a word. We knew we'd get in trouble. We also knew that if we told them, we'd never be allowed back out there again. That tunnel was never spoken of after that day. We just went home. I remember walking down the street, the gravel hot under my bare feet, my clothes still clinging to my skin. When we got to the house, one of my brothers grabbed the garden hose and sprayed me down. The water was freezing cold, but it felt good. I stood there, shivering, while dirt poured off me in brown rivers. After that day, I couldn't handle tight spaces for a long time. Even now, as an adult, the thought of being buried, even watching it in a movie, makes my skin crawl. I don't like caves. I don't like crawl spaces. I don't like anything that might trap me. That experience stayed with me. It branded itself into my memory. There's a version of me, a 7-year-old boy, still lying under that pile of dirt, thinking he's in hell, praying to a God he didn't even really believe in. I don't think my brothers know how close I came to dying. Or maybe they do and just never wanted to talk about it. We all moved on. Life went on. But sometimes, in the middle of the night, when I wake up from a dream I can't quite remember, I feel that pressure again. That heat. That red darkness. And I remember. I remember what it felt like to die and come back. It was a quiet evening at home when I first noticed the front door creaking open. At first, I thought it was the wind. Maybe the old hinges were just reacting to the sudden chill in the air. But as I glanced over from the couch, a sense of unease prickled the back of my neck. The door didn't just swing open like it sometimes did after a gust. It was ajar in a way that made it feel deliberate. I had been sitting in my living room, half watching some TV show I wasn't really paying attention to when I noticed the odd creak of the door. My heart rate spiked a little, but I quickly told myself it was nothing. The weather had been stormy lately, and the wind was unpredictable. That was all. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. I set the remote down and walked toward the door. As I crossed the room, the temperature seemed to dip, as if I'd suddenly walked into a cold draft. My breath became visible, and I stopped for a second, confused. The house was warm before, but now the air was almost unnervingly chilly, a stark contrast to the heat that usually lingered inside during the evenings. I hesitated. There was no reason for the door to be open. The latch was secure, and I always double-checked it before going to bed. But now, the door was wide enough for a person to slip through, though not far enough to look outside. I felt a wave of discomfort wash over me, but I brushed it off. I had lived in this house for years without any major issues. No strange happenings, no odd noises, so there was no reason to freak out. Still, something didn't sit right. I stood still for a moment, listening. I could hear faint breathing. It wasn't the kind of wind or house settling noises you hear in the night. No, this was deeper, slower, like someone was standing just inside the threshold, waiting for something. My heart picked up speed. The air felt too still, too silent, aside from that faint exhale that seemed to come from all around me. "Hello," I called out, my voice trembling slightly more than I intended. Silence answered. I waited for a response, but none came. Just that strange breathing, growing fainter but still distinct. My mind raced, trying to come up with an explanation. It could be the wind. Maybe it was just my imagination playing tricks on me. Or maybe something had shifted in the house, a door or window opening slightly somewhere. I took a slow, steady breath and started to move toward the front door. The living room was dim, the only light coming from a lamp on the side table, and I could see the door clearly now, ajar with that dark space beyond it. I reached out to close it, but stopped just before I touched the knob. I could have sworn I heard something move inside, like the scuff of shoes on hardwood. The breath in my throat caught. My fingers tightened around the door frame, but I didn't pull it closed. Something wasn't right. I could feel it now, the unmistakable sense of being watched. It wasn't just the breathing anymore. It was the way the hairs on the back of my neck stood up, how my stomach clenched tight, the weight of something unseen lingering in the air. For a moment, I just stood there, frozen, trying to listen. It could still just be my nerves, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. I was starting to convince myself it was all in my head when I heard it again. A soft breath right behind me. I spun around, my heart nearly leaping out of my chest, but the room was empty. The only sound now was my own breathing, quick and shallow, as I stood in the center of the room. I glanced back at the door. It was still slightly open, like it had been when I first noticed it. No one was outside. The front porch light was off, and the driveway was empty. There had to be an explanation. I walked through the house, checking every room. The kitchen was empty, the bathroom was locked from the inside like usual, and the bedroom was as quiet as it always was. There were no signs of anyone having been here. No broken windows, no signs of forced entry. But the feeling didn't go away. I couldn't explain it, but I knew someone had been here, or at least had tried to be. I returned to the front door, stood in the hallway, and checked outside. The street was deserted, the moon casting long shadows along the pavement. There were no footprints, no signs of anyone walking around the yard. I checked the back door and found it locked as it should be. But when I looked down at the floor in front of the door, I saw something strange. A faint, wet print. It was small, about the size of a human hand, but too clear to ignore. My stomach churned. My mind raced. I didn't know how, but it seemed like someone had been there. No one had knocked. No one had made a sound. But the print, it didn't belong. I backed away from the door, feeling an overwhelming need to leave. Something was wrong. I could feel it crawling beneath my skin. I locked the door and then double-checked every window in the house. I didn't care if it was obsessive. I wanted to be sure, more sure than I had ever been. When I sat back down on the couch, I couldn't relax. My body was on edge, my mind spinning in circles, trying to make sense of everything. Hours passed, and the house remained silent. I even managed to sleep for a few hours, but the feeling never fully went away. It lingered in the corners of my mind, a quiet dread sitting just beneath the surface. The next morning, I went about my day like usual, but I couldn't shake the feeling of unease. I kept thinking back to the night before, wondering if I had missed something. Was I just imagining things? Was I paranoid? Or had someone really been in the house? I decided to take another walk around, checking the yard and the house once more, just to be certain. Nothing seemed out of place. The door was still locked, the print was gone. No signs of forced entry. Everything was as it should be. But then, as I rounded the corner of the house, I saw it. The door. It was open again. I felt a cold rush of fear run down my spine. The door was wide open this time, as if someone had walked through it in the night and never bothered to close it. The air around me felt cold, unnaturally so, and I stood frozen for a moment. Then, I heard again the faint, shallow breathing. Not inside the house, but outside. It was too distinct, too real to ignore. It was as if someone was hiding just out of sight, waiting for me to step closer. I backed away slowly, never taking my eyes off the door. I didn't want to look behind me, didn't want to turn around and see if something was following me. My heart was pounding, but I forced myself to keep my calm. I called the police. When they arrived, they did a thorough search of the house and yard. They found nothing unusual, no signs of a break-in, no signs of anyone hiding. Just an open door and the strange, cold air that still lingered. But the police didn't have any answers. They told me to lock the doors and windows at night and report anything else suspicious. They left, and I was alone again. As I sat down in the living room, my mind was still racing. The police had come and gone, and yet the feeling hadn't left. The air still felt heavy, like someone was standing just behind me, watching my every move. I stayed up that night, keeping every light in the house on, checking the locks one more time. And I sat there, staring at the door, waiting for something to happen. The room was quiet, the only sound the hum of the refrigerator in the kitchen. And then, just before dawn, I saw it again. The door was open, but this time there was something different. The print was back, clearer this time, but it wasn't a handprint. It was a footprint, a size 12 boot. The feeling of being watched never went away. I don't know if it was luck or stupidity that kept me alive that night. Maybe a bit of both. I've been driving for hours, longer than I should have. My eyes were heavy and my back was sore. I was coming back from a delivery run that took me from Missouri to eastern Utah. The whole trip was meant to be there and back in 3 days, but I was already on day 4, tired and behind schedule. I decided to take a less used highway through a stretch of desert to save time, even though I didn't know much about it. There weren't many towns, and I hadn't seen a gas station in at least 2 hours. My tank was just above a quarter, and I figured I'd push it to the next place that had fuel. The sun had set about an hour earlier, and it was getting cold. The desert drops quick like that. 1 minute you're sweating, the next your breath is fogging up the windshield. My high beams were on, showing a narrow ribbon of cracked asphalt stretching out through nothingness. No streetlights, no buildings, no signs. Just empty land on both sides, dotted with sagebrush and shadows. The only sounds were the low hum of the tires and the occasional rattle of something in the back seat. I hadn't passed another car in over an hour. My phone had 0 signal, not even a single bar. I kept checking it out of habit, but it was no good out there. I wasn't worried yet, but I was alert. Roads like that can make you feel invisible, like the world's gone on without you and forgot to take you with it. I started noticing things out of the corner of my eye, flickers of movement beyond the reach of my headlights. I told myself it was just the wind playing tricks, maybe a jackrabbit or a tumbleweed catching the light. But I started to get that tight feeling in my chest, the kind where your instincts are ahead of your brain. I sat up straighter and gripped the wheel harder. Then I saw it, off to the right side of the road, a shape, just for a second, like someone standing still near the edge of the highway. Not moving, not walking, just standing. My headlights didn't fully hit it, so I couldn't make out details. I slowed down a little, squinting, but there was nothing there anymore. I told myself it was a post or a tree or something, but there aren't any trees out there. About 15 minutes later, it happened again. This time on the left side, a little closer to the road. A human shape, but too still. Again, when my lights passed over the spot, it was gone. No footprints, no signs, just dry dirt and brush. My stomach turned a little. It didn't make sense. I started running through explanations. Maybe I was too tired. Maybe it was some kind of optical illusion. Maybe something was smudged on the windshield. I even got out at one point to check, shining my flashlight along the road and rubbing the windshield with a rag. It was clean. I kept going. There wasn't much choice. I wasn't about to stop in the middle of nowhere with no signal and a quarter tank of gas. The road started to climb a bit, winding up into low hills. Still nothing around. Then I saw lights ahead, flickering orange lights, maybe a fire or someone pulled off the road. As I got closer, I saw it was a car, an old red pickup pulled off into the dirt. The hood was up, and there was a man standing next to it, holding a flashlight. I slowed down and pulled up behind him. He didn't wave or turn toward me, just kept standing there, looking down into the engine. I thought about getting out to help. I even had my hand on the door handle, but something didn't sit right. He hadn't flagged me down, hadn't even acknowledged I was there. Most people stranded in the middle of nowhere would be waving their arms or running over the second they saw headlights. I stayed in the car and watched for a minute. He moved then, not toward me, just back around the truck toward the passenger side. He still hadn't looked at me. I flashed my brights once. Nothing. Then again. Still nothing. I rolled the window down, just a crack. Cold air poured in, dry and sharp. I called out, just a short, "Hey, you okay?" He didn't answer, just kept walking around the truck slow, like he was killing time. Something about the way he moved was off. Like he wasn't in a hurry, but also like he had nowhere else to be. I felt a chill go down my spine, a real one. I rolled the window back up and eased my foot off the brake. I wasn't going to stick around. As I pulled away, I checked my rearview mirror. He was standing in the road now, watching me. I didn't look back after that. About 10 minutes later, I realized something strange. I hadn't passed any roads, no driveways, nothing. So where did that guy's truck come from? There was no way he could have driven it off that stretch without me seeing him. And even if he had broken down earlier and I'd missed him, why hadn't he been waving for help? My thoughts were racing. I started driving faster, eyes wide, muscles tight. I wasn't just tired anymore, I was afraid. Not panicking, but alert in the way that only happens when your body knows something is wrong before your mind catches up. I kept thinking about the way that man stood there, so calm, like he was waiting for something. I kept thinking about those shapes I'd seen before him. Then I saw movement again, in the road ahead this time. I slowed down and squinted. There was something in the middle of the lane, not standing, but lying down. I thought maybe it was an animal, maybe a deer. I rolled to a stop about 50 feet away and put my flashers on. It was a person, lying flat on their back, arms at their sides. I couldn't tell if it was a man or a woman. They weren't moving. I didn't get out. I just sat there, watching, waiting to see if they'd react to the lights. Nothing. I honked once. No movement. Then my gut told me not to move. Not an inch. I sat there, engine running, my hands shaking on the wheel. Something was off. I leaned forward and looked closer. The person wasn't breathing. I couldn't see their chest move. But even worse, their clothes looked strange. Too clean, too stiff, like they'd been laid out. Like a mannequin dressed up and placed there on purpose. I threw the car into reverse and backed up slow, keeping my eyes on the body. Still no movement. I turned the wheel and pulled onto the shoulder, driving around it. I didn't look too long, just long enough to know that I didn't want to stop. About 10 minutes later, I passed a road sign. Faded, rusted, half-bent. It said the next town was 32 miles ahead. I checked my gas again, just under an eighth of a tank. I figured I could make it if nothing else went wrong. The road started to narrow and twist, with low canyon walls on both sides. There were no more flat shoulders to pull onto, just tight space and blind curves. My heart was still pounding. I didn't know if I was imagining things or if something real was happening out there. I wanted to believe I was just exhausted, my mind playing tricks. That's when my headlights hit another vehicle. Not parked, but driving slowly ahead of me. Same red pickup, no plates, same dent on the tailgate. I hadn't seen it turn off in miles. I would have passed it if it had been on the side of the road. But there it was ahead of me again. I nearly slammed the brakes, but stopped myself. I slowed down, keeping a few hundred feet behind it. The taillights were dim, and it was driving too slowly, maybe 20 miles an hour. I didn't want to follow it, but the road was too narrow to pass, and I didn't know if stopping was a better idea. I figured maybe I could wait it out. Maybe they'd pull off eventually. Then it did something that still makes my skin crawl. The truck slowed to a stop just like that. No brake lights, no signal. It just stopped. I stopped too, maybe 50 feet back. The driver's door opened. Someone stepped out. I could barely see them in the headlights. Just a figure. But they didn't move toward me. They didn't move at all. Just stood next to the truck like they were waiting for me to do something. I was frozen. Then the figure took one step into the road and knelt down, putting both hands on the pavement. I don't know what they were doing. Maybe nothing at all. Just kneeling, hands flat, head down. Like a ritual, or like they were listening for something through the road. I backed up. I didn't care about the road, or gas, or time. I just started backing away as fast as I could without crashing. After about a quarter mile, I found a spot just wide enough to do a 3-point turn. I spun the car around and floored it, heading back the way I came. I drove for over an hour, not even sure where I was going anymore. I didn't stop until I hit a larger highway with more cars and cell reception. I pulled into a gas station, shaking, and filled up. I went inside, sat at a booth in the attached diner, and just stared at the table for a while. I didn't tell anyone. I didn't call the police. What would I say? That someone was creeping me out on an empty road? That was 2 years ago. I haven't driven through that area since. I even checked maps, trying to remember exactly where I was, but I never could figure it out. The red pickup, the body in the road, the man kneeling like he was listening to the earth. Some nights, I still think about it. Not in a nightmare way, but in that slow, cold way your memory creeps up on you when everything else is quiet. I don't know if I saw something criminal or if someone was trying to trap people. I don't know if there were others out there I never saw, but I know what I saw wasn't normal. It wasn't a ghost story or some campfire tale. It was a real person doing something out there in the dark that didn't feel right. That's what makes it worse. Not knowing. Because real things don't need to be explained. They just are. I was 16 when I decided to camp alone for the first time. It was late summer, early September maybe, just before school started up again. I wanted a few nights out before the cold settled in and life turned back into routine. I didn't tell anyone exactly where I was going. I just told my parents I was heading out to a lake in upstate New York for a couple nights. They didn't press me for details. I've been out plenty of times on my own or with friends, and I guess they figured I knew what I was doing. I picked a place I'd been to once before with my uncle. Small, quiet, no campsites or picnic tables. Just a clearing near a lake that locals knew about, but rarely visited. It was about a 3-hour drive from where I lived, and then another 30-minute hike through thick woods. The trail wasn't marked, just a deer path mostly, but I remembered enough of it to find my way back. I liked it because of how far out it was. No cell service, no road noise, just woods, water, and whatever you brought with you. I got there around noon. The air smelled like damp leaves and pine, and the only sounds were birds and the occasional rustle in the underbrush. I found the clearing easily enough. It was just big enough to set up a small tent and maybe build a little fire. The lake spread out about 100 feet from where I pitched my tent. Its surface was still and smooth, reflecting the trees like glass. There were no boats, no docks, no cabins in sight. Just the lake and the forest circling it tight. I spent the day like I usually did when camping, gathered wood, filtered some water, walked around a bit. I didn't go swimming. The water looked clean enough, but it was cold, and I didn't feel like dealing with wet clothes. I ate a simple dinner, beans and rice cooked over my camp stove, and as the sun dipped low, I got a fire going. It crackled softly while I sat on a log, staring into it and thinking about nothing. Those are the kinds of moments I live for out there. No noise, no pressure, just time stretching out. It was about 11 when I finally crawled into my tent. I zipped it shut, lay on top of my sleeping bag with the flap open so I could see out toward the lake. The fire had mostly died down by then, just glowing embers. The night was clear and cool. The moon hung low over the trees, casting just enough light that I could see the lake shimmer now and then when the breeze shifted. Crickets buzzed. An owl hooted far off. I started to drift off, letting my mind wander. But then I heard it, a soft splashing sound. It was quiet, like someone stepping into the water slowly, not jumping or swimming, but walking. At first I thought maybe it was a deer, or maybe even a bear coming down for a drink. I lay still, listening. The splashes came steady, one after the other, spaced like footsteps. My stomach tightened. I sat up slowly, peering out from the half-open flap. That's when I saw it. There was a figure standing in the shallows, facing the lake. I could just make out the shape, a person, definitely. They were thin, with long arms hanging at their sides. Their skin looked pale in the moonlight, almost white, and they were naked or maybe just wearing something light-colored. I couldn't tell from that distance. They weren't making any sound, just moving forward, step by step, into the water. I froze, unsure what I was seeing. My first thought was that it was some lost hiker, maybe someone on drugs or confused. But there was something strange about the way they moved. Slow and steady, like they were walking into a room instead of freezing lake in the middle of the night. I waited for them to turn around or stop, but they didn't. They just kept going. The water rose to their waist, then to their chest. They didn't hesitate. They didn't look back. They just kept walking forward until the lake covered their shoulders, then their neck, and finally their head. The last thing I saw was the top of their head slipping under. The water rippled, then went still. I watched for a long time, waiting for them to come back up. But they didn't. The lake stayed quiet. Nothing broke the surface. No bubbles. No splashing. Just silence. I didn't move. My breath was shallow, my ears straining for any sound. A minute passed, then 5, then 10. Nothing. I didn't sleep that night. I stayed in the tent, sitting up, flashlight in my lap, knife in my hand. My fire had gone out completely. I didn't want to relight it. I didn't want to make any noise. I just sat there, staring toward the lake, trying to make sense of what I'd seen. Part of me wanted to believe it hadn't happened. Maybe it was a trick of the light, a dream, but I knew it wasn't. When dawn broke, I stepped out of the tent and walked down to the edge of the water. I looked for footprints. There weren't any. The shore was soft and muddy. If anyone had walked in, there should have been something. But it was clean. No prints, no drag marks, nothing. I stared out over the lake, watching the morning mist roll off the surface. It looked just like it always did. Calm, peaceful, but I felt different now. Something was wrong. Still, I didn't leave right away. I stayed another night, partly because I didn't want to run from it, and partly because I wasn't sure what I'd even tell someone. That I saw a pale person walk into a lake and disappear, with no proof, no pictures. They'd think I imagined it. Hell, maybe I would have thought that too, if it weren't for the way my gut felt when I saw it. I wasn't scared like I would have been if it was just an animal or a person creeping around. It was worse. It was like watching something I wasn't supposed to see. Something private, like I'd stumbled into someone else's final moment. That second night was quiet. No splashing, no movement, just the wind in the trees and the usual forest noises. But I didn't sleep much again. My eyes kept drifting toward the lake, expecting something, hoping for nothing. The next morning, I packed up early. I didn't eat breakfast. I just stuffed my gear into my pack, made sure I hadn't left anything behind, and started hiking out. Every step I took away from that place made my shoulders feel lighter, like something was letting go of me. On the drive home, I kept going over it in my head, trying to come up with an explanation that made sense. Maybe someone had wandered out there to end their life. Maybe they were sick or in pain or just done. It happens, and people don't always want to be found. They pick quiet places like that for a reason. But the part that stuck with me was the silence. No gasping, no flailing, no panic, just a slow walk into the water like they weren't afraid at all. When I got home, I didn't say much. My parents asked how the trip went. I told them it was fine. Nothing special. I didn't mention the figure or the lake. I didn't even tell my friends. It didn't feel like something I could explain without sounding like I was making it up. A few days later, I looked up missing persons reports in that county. Nothing came up. No reports around that time. No unidentified bodies pulled from lakes. I even checked news articles going back a couple of years, just to see if there was a pattern. Nothing. I thought about calling the local sheriff's office, just to let them know what I saw. But what would I say? That I watched someone walk into a lake and vanish, and left without checking? I hadn't even tried to find them. I hadn't yelled or run to the water. I just watched, froze, did nothing. Maybe that's what bothered me the most. Weeks passed, then months. Life moved on. School started. I got caught up in the normal stuff, classes, friends, part-time job. But every once in a while, I'd think about that night. I'd be walking home from work or lying in bed, and I'd remember the way the figure moved. How quiet it all was. How certain they seemed, like they knew exactly what they were doing. I never went back to that lake. I never even thought about camping alone again for a long time. Something about that night changed the way I felt out there. I still love the woods, the quiet, the escape. But there's a line now, a wall in my mind between me and certain places. Some places don't want to be visited twice. Years later, I did end up telling someone, a girlfriend I had in college. We were talking about strange things we'd seen, and I told her the whole story. She listened without interrupting. When I was done, she didn't laugh or try to explain away. She just looked at me and said, "I think someone wanted to be left alone." That stuck with me. I don't know who they were or what they were going through. I don't know if they planned to vanish or if something pulled them under that I couldn't see. But I've come to believe it was real. Not paranormal, not a ghost or spirit. Just a person, maybe broken, maybe at peace. The woods can be quiet like that. They don't judge. They don't ask questions. They just take what they're given and hold it deep without ever needing to explain. That lake is still there. I've seen it on maps. Sometimes I scroll in and look at it. The shape of the shoreline, the trees, the same clearing where I pitched my tent. It hasn't changed, but I have. And I think sometimes that maybe that's all there is to it. Some things happen and they don't make sense. They don't get wrapped up in a neat ending or explain away. They just stay with you, quiet and heavy like deep water. I'll never forget that night, and I'll never go back. I had been walking in the woods for about an hour when I first noticed it. The forest was still, unnaturally still. It's not like I hadn't been in the woods before. I've hiked, camped, and spent hours wandering through these trees more times than I can count. But this time, something was off. There was no sound, no birds chirping, no rustling leaves, no wind moving through the trees. Just silence, complete and utter silence. I stopped and took a deep breath, trying to shake off the unease creeping up my spine. Maybe it was just a quiet moment. I had been on this trail 100 times before and never felt anything like this, but I couldn't ignore the feeling settling in my gut. I looked around, half expecting something to pop out from behind the trees. Nothing, just the empty woods stretching out around me. I shrugged it off and started walking again, but that heavy silence followed me like a shadow. It was almost suffocating. I could feel the weight of it pressing on me, as though the trees themselves were watching, waiting for something. The longer I walked, the harder it became to shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. Then it happened. Out of nowhere, I felt a hand on my shoulder. At first, I thought it was a twig or some kind of brush from the trees, maybe something brushing against me in the wind. But there was no wind, just that thick, stifling silence. The hand on my shoulder was real, solid, and cold. It froze me. My heart skipped a beat, and before I could think, I whipped around, ready to confront whatever was there. But there was nothing. I spun around in a panic, half expecting someone to be standing right behind me. Nothing, just the trees, the dirt, the distant overgrowth. My breath caught in my throat. I stood there for a second, my heart thundering in my chest. The silence was back, louder now than ever, pressing in on me. I swallowed hard, forcing myself to take a step back. Maybe I was just imagining it. Maybe it was some branch that brushed against me when I wasn't paying attention. It had to be, right? I tried to laugh it off, but the sound came out wrong, hollow and nervous. Still, the weight of the silence never lifted. It was as though the world had simply stopped. I stood there for a moment, listening. Nothing. No breeze, no animals, no distant calls. My ears were ringing from the lack of sound, and I couldn't shake the feeling that something was out there, watching. I turned back, walking forward, trying to push through the anxiety rising in me. But I couldn't stop glancing over my shoulder, couldn't stop the nagging feeling that I was being followed. The more I walked, the more I felt it. Something was there. I couldn't see it, but I could feel it just beyond my vision, just out of reach. The trail ahead was starting to get thicker. I hadn't planned on going too far today, but now that I was this deep into the woods, I wasn't sure if turning back was an option. The thought of retracing my steps made my stomach twist. What if whatever was behind me was following me, watching me, waiting for me to make a mistake? I kept walking, my pace quickening, and yet the feeling of being followed didn't go away. Every time I looked over my shoulder, there was nothing, just the empty woods stretching on and on. But the air felt heavier. The trees seemed darker. I tried to focus on the path ahead of me, but the silence was deafening. I had never noticed how quiet the woods could be before, how the sound of my boots crunching on the gravel and leaves felt so loud against the silence. Every step felt like a drumbeat, echoing too loudly in the stillness. I stopped again, wiping my forehead with the back of my hand. The temperature had dropped. I glanced up through the trees, looking for any sign of wind, but the branches were completely still. No movement, nothing. I swallowed and tried to focus. It was getting darker, and I hadn't planned on staying this late. My eyes darted around the trees, looking for something, anything, to reassure me that I wasn't alone. There was a sudden rustling sound in the bushes to my right, but when I turned to look, there was nothing there. The silence returned, even heavier now. I kept moving, quicker now, my pulse racing. I could feel the tension in the air, thick and suffocating. The hairs on the back of my neck were standing on end. My heart hammered in my chest, and I couldn't stop the creeping fear that something was closing in on me, lurking just outside my sight. Then I heard it. Footsteps. At first, I thought I was imagining it, but the sound was too distinct, too real. The unmistakable crunch of leaves, the soft thump of shoes against the earth. The footsteps were close, just behind me. My stomach dropped. I stopped dead in my tracks, every muscle tensed, frozen. I waited. For a moment, I didn't hear anything, just the oppressive silence again. But then, the footsteps started again, closer this time, following me. They were slow, methodical, just out of sync with my own steps. My breath came in shallow gasps, and I slowly turned, half expecting to see someone standing there, but again, nothing. I stood there for a few moments, my heart in my throat, listening. The footsteps stopped for a second and then started again, just a little too far behind me. Every step felt deliberate, like something was pacing me, studying my every move. I couldn't tell where they were coming from. They could have been behind me, or they could have been in the trees beside me. The fear was suffocating, raw. I needed to get out of there. I needed to get back to the trailhead, back to where people were, back to safety. I didn't know why I felt so certain that I wasn't alone in these woods, but I couldn't shake it. My instincts were screaming at me to run, but I didn't. I couldn't. Instead, I took another step, and then another, slowly, deliberately. Each step seemed to echo too loudly in the stillness. But still, the footsteps behind me continued, never speeding up, never slowing down. I kept walking, faster now, but not looking back. I couldn't afford to. If I looked, I wasn't sure I'd be able to stop. My feet carry me forward, my breath coming in panicked gasps. The trees started thinning, the trail widening, and I thought I saw a glimpse of daylight ahead. Relief, sharp and instant, flooded my chest. The trailhead was near, but as I pushed harder, faster, I realized something. The footsteps had stopped, not behind me, not to the side. They were now in front of me. I could feel it. Something was there, just ahead. My blood ran cold, and I felt a wave of dread wash over me like a tidal wave. But I couldn't stop. I couldn't turn back. I pushed forward, harder now, my breath ragged. And then, just as quickly as it had started, the footsteps stopped. I burst through the trees and into the open, finally seeing the trailhead, the parking lot, the world beyond the woods. My heart was pounding in my chest, my body shaking uncontrollably. I didn't look back. I didn't stop to take a breath. I just ran to my car, fumbled with the keys, and slammed the door behind me. As I sat there, hands gripping the steering wheel, I finally allowed myself to breathe. My heart slowed, the tension lifted, but I knew, deep down, I wasn't alone out there. Something had followed me, something that I would never be able to explain. The woods had felt alive in a way I could never forget, and whatever it was, whatever had been watching me, it was still out there, somewhere. I had been planning this hike for months, an escape into the woods to disconnect from everything. The noise of city life, the demands of work, and the constant buzz of social media had all taken their toll on me. I needed peace, quiet, and some solitude. The idea of being completely alone, far from any kind of civilization, sounded perfect. So, I packed my backpack, grabbed my hiking boots, and headed deep into the woods, hoping to find that rare kind of peace that only comes when you're truly alone. The sun had just started its slow descent when I set foot on the trail. The path was narrow and winding, the kind of trail that slinks through dense trees and underbrush barely visible from the outside world. I had hiked before, but this trail was different. The trees felt thicker, more oppressive, and as the minutes ticked by, the weight of the forest seemed to press in on me. I told myself it was nothing to worry about, just the natural feel of the wilderness. I didn't hurry. I had no reason to. I wasn't trying to make it anywhere, just letting my legs move at a steady pace. Every now and then, I'd stop to adjust the straps on my pack or take a quick drink from my water bottle. The air was thick and humid, the smell of pine and wet earth filling my nose. There was something about it that felt oddly comforting, like a quiet lullaby. As the sun dipped lower, I found myself at a small clearing where I decided to set up camp. I wasn't too far from the trail, but far enough that I felt like I had truly entered the wild. The ground was soft but firm enough to pitch my tent without much trouble. I set up my camp, made sure everything was ready for the night, and started a small fire with dry wood I had gathered earlier. The crackle of the flames was oddly soothing. I ate a quick meal, something simple, just a pack of dehydrated soup and some nuts. I had made sure to pack light, since I didn't intend to stay out for long. A couple of days, maybe 3. The idea was to immerse myself fully in nature. But as I sat there, staring into the fire, a sense of unease began to creep in. It wasn't immediate, more of a slow-building discomfort, something that was hard to name, but impossible to ignore. The night air grew cooler, and the sky above was a dark shade of navy, dotted with stars that twinkled like tiny specks of light in an endless ocean. The fire flickered in front of me, and I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. I told myself it was just the natural tension that comes from being out in the woods alone. But that uneasy feeling lingered. As the darkness deepened, the woods around me seemed to grow quieter. There were no birds, no crickets, no rustling leaves in the wind, just the occasional crackling from the fire. It was unnaturally still. That stillness, that silence, became suffocating. The longer I sat there, the more I felt like something was off. I decided to take a walk around the clearing, just to stretch my legs and clear my head. The moment I stepped off the firelight and into the shadows, a chill ran down my spine. It wasn't cold exactly, but something in the air felt wrong. The trees, which just moments ago seemed so peaceful, now looked foreboding. Their gnarled branches reached out like twisted fingers, their shadows stretching longer in the moonlight. As I walked deeper into the woods, the feeling of being watched grew stronger. I stopped for a moment, my heart racing, listening to the silence around me. That's when I saw them. At first, it was just a flicker, a shadow darting between the trees, just out of the corner of my eye. I whipped my head toward it, but there was nothing. The woods were empty, or so it seemed. I shook my head, trying to dismiss the thought. Probably an animal, I told myself. Maybe a deer or a fox. It was still early in the night, and animals were more active around dusk. But then I saw it again. A dark figure, quick and barely visible, slipping between the trees. I froze, my breath caught in my chest. My mind raced. Was it another hiker? No, no one else was supposed to be out here. I was deep into the wilderness, far from any trailhead or campgrounds. I took a slow, careful step forward, hoping to catch another glimpse. The figure was gone. But that unsettling feeling, the one that told me I wasn't alone, lingered. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was moving just out of sight, watching me. My pulse quickened. I turned back toward the campfire, my mind spinning with confusion. I tried to tell myself it was nothing, just my imagination, but I couldn't. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up. Something was out there, and I was sure of it. I didn't want to acknowledge it, but I knew I couldn't ignore it anymore. Something about the silence felt wrong, unnatural. Every sound was amplified in the stillness. The snap of a twig, the rustling of leaves, the crunch of my boots on the forest floor. They all felt too loud, too noticeable. I made my way back to the clearing, trying not to look over my shoulder, but I couldn't help it. I kept scanning the trees, half expecting to see something watching me from the darkness. The firelight seemed smaller now, as though the night was swallowing it up. I reached my tent and zipped it up behind me, hoping that the security of the canvas would give me some comfort. But it didn't. The walls of the tent felt paper thin, and every sound outside seemed amplified. I lay down, staring up at the ceiling, my mind racing. The silence pressed in on me, suffocating. I tried to sleep, but I couldn't. I didn't dare. For hours, I lay awake listening. The forest outside seemed to come alive in the dark. Branches creaked, leaves rustled, and something moved just beyond my reach. I could feel it, the steady, rhythmic pace of something circling my camp, waiting. I could almost hear whispers, soft and indistinct, as though voices were carried on the wind. The sound of my own heartbeat was deafening in the stillness. At one point, I heard something heavy crashing through the underbrush, too big to be a deer, too quick to be a bear. My blood ran cold. I grabbed my flashlight, pointed it at the entrance of my tent, and held my breath. The beam cut through the darkness, but it revealed nothing. Nothing except the faint outline of trees, their twisted forms looming like silent sentinels. I stayed still, waiting for the next sound, the next movement, but there was nothing. The silence had returned, even deeper than before. It was as though the forest had swallowed whatever had been out there. I didn't sleep that night, not a wink. Every time I closed my eyes, I imagined something creeping closer, stepping softly on the forest floor just out of sight. I stayed awake, gripping the flashlight tightly in my hand, staring at the door of the tent, half expecting it to open. Morning finally came, though it felt like an eternity had passed. The first rays of sunlight cut through the trees, and I felt an immediate sense of relief. The forest wasn't as dark or oppressive in the daylight. I knew I couldn't stay another night. I packed up my gear quickly, still shaken from the night before, and began my hike back to the trailhead. I kept looking over my shoulder as I walked, but the woods were quiet again, too quiet. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, though. Every step I took, I kept expecting to hear those whispers again, to see those shadowy figures darting between the trees. By the time I reached the trailhead, I felt a mix of exhaustion and relief. I was back in the world I knew, where people existed, where there were signs of life. But I couldn't erase the images of what I had seen and felt in the woods. The shadows, the whispers, the feeling of something following me. I left that place behind, but I didn't feel safe. I hadn't imagined it all. The figures were real. The whispers were real. I didn't know who or what they were, but I had no doubt that they were still out there, lurking in the woods, waiting for someone else to come too close. And I wasn't about to be the one to find out what they wanted. I was young when we first moved into the house I grew up in. I remember the day we pulled up in a moving truck, my excitement and curiosity rushing over me as I saw the house for the first time. It was a small, one-story home in a quiet neighborhood, the kind of place where nothing seemed out of the ordinary. The yard was well kept, with a few trees scattered around the edges. It was a bit older than the houses I had been used to, but that gave it a certain charm. To me, it was just a house, a new home where I would make memories, or so I thought. For a while, things were pretty normal. We unpacked, I set up my room, and my parents went about their business, setting up the rest of the house. The living room had this great big window that looked out onto the street, and the kitchen had a worn but comforting feel to it. My room was small but cozy, just enough space for my bed and a few shelves where I kept my toys, mostly Legos, which I spent hours on building different worlds and adventures. I liked the house. It felt safe, nothing too strange. But then, something started happening. At first, it was so subtle that I didn't even think much of it. I'd be in my room, playing quietly, when I'd hear it. A voice coming from the other side of the house, calling my name. Not a loud shout, but a soft, familiar voice like it was my dad calling me from his room just down the hall. At first, I didn't think much of it. I assumed he needed something. Maybe he wanted me to come get him for something. I'd stop whatever I was doing, go down the hall, and knock on his door. But each time, without fail, he would look up from whatever he was doing and ask, "What are you doing here?" As if he hadn't called me at all. I was a little confused, but again, I brushed it off. Maybe I had misheard him. Maybe I was just too lost in my imagination. But then it started happening more often. I'd hear the voice again, and each time I'd go down to his room to check, and every time, he'd be sitting there, completely unaware of what I was talking about. My mom, too, when I went to ask her, would give me this odd look and tell me that she hadn't called me either. After a while, I started to think they were just messing with me. It became a sort of game. I would hear the voice, go to ask them, and they'd pretend to be confused. It felt like a joke, but I couldn't understand why they would keep playing it. It wasn't until one night, a few months after we had moved in, that things took a turn. I had been in my room, as usual, playing with my Legos. The soft hum of the house around me was comforting, the sound of the refrigerator running in the kitchen, the distant murmur of the television in the living room. But then, once again, I heard it. My name, clear as day, calling from the other end of the house. This time, it didn't sound like my dad or even my mom. It was just a voice, unmistakable, but strangely distant. I stood up, thinking this was going to be the same routine. Go ask them what they needed, they pretend they didn't call me. And that would be the end of it. But something felt different this time. Maybe it was the way the voice sounded. Maybe it was the time of night, the silence in the house. I don't know. But when I stepped into the hallway and started walking down toward my parents' room, I felt uneasy. I couldn't explain it. I'd done this 100 times before, but tonight, the hallway seemed longer, darker, and more foreboding. The house was quiet, too quiet, as if the usual hum of life had been sucked out of the air. When I reached my parents' bedroom and pushed the door open, I saw them sitting together on their bed, just as I'd expected. But then something strange happened. I heard my mom's voice. Her voice calling for me, but from the other side of the house, from the living room. The living room was far away, almost at the opposite end of the house. The voice wasn't coming from my parents. It couldn't be. I was standing right in front of them. They hadn't called me. Yet I heard it. I couldn't explain it. I froze. My heart started to race. I remember the chill that ran up my spine, the hairs on the back of my neck standing straight. I turned slowly to look at my mom and dad, who were now both looking at me with confusion, as if they had no idea what I was talking about. But I knew what I had heard. It was no joke. Something in me clicked that night. I wasn't just hearing things. Something or someone was calling my name, but it wasn't them. I couldn't figure out what it was, but it was clear to me now. This wasn't some game they were playing. Something was wrong. I didn't tell them about the voice in the living room that night. I couldn't. I didn't even know how to explain it. I didn't want them to think I was crazy. I tried to put it out of my mind, but the voice kept coming back. It didn't happen every day, but it was frequent enough that I started to wonder if I was losing my mind. Maybe I had some sort of hearing problem, or maybe I was just imagining it. But I wasn't sure. A couple of years later, when my brother was diagnosed with narcolepsy, something strange clicked again. I did some research and learned that one of the symptoms of narcolepsy could be oral hallucinations. That was when I started to wonder, maybe I had it too. I went to the doctor and had myself checked out. They ran tests, and the results came back fine. There was nothing wrong with my hearing or my mind. But the voice never stopped. As I grew older, the calls became less frequent, but they still happened. And every time, the feeling of unease, that cold chill, would wash over me. It wasn't just a voice anymore. It was a presence, something that existed in the house with us. The house, which was supposed to be a safe place, no longer felt safe. It was like something was always lurking just out of sight, waiting for the right moment to call my name again. Years passed, and I moved out of the house. Life went on. I started my own family, my own life, and I tried to forget about the strange occurrences that had haunted me during my childhood. But every time I went back to visit my parents, it would happen again. The voice would call to me, always from the other end of the house. At first, I thought it was just my mind playing tricks on me, but as I walked through that same hallway, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was still there, waiting. I would try to ignore it, to chalk it up to my imagination. But every time I stayed over, the voice would find me again. It would call, soft and distant, and I would freeze in the middle of the room, trying to figure out what was real. It was always the same. No one ever called me, yet I always heard it. Now, I don't know what it was that called my name all those years ago. Was it some sort of mistake? A trick of the mind? Was it something more? I'll never know. But one thing I'm certain of is that it wasn't just in my head. It wasn't a hallucination or some kind of joke. It was real, and it was there. Every time I hear it now, I can't help but feel that familiar chill, as if something is still watching, still calling from the shadows. And I wonder, every time I go back, if it will ever stop, if the voice will ever call me again. I was home alone. It was late, and the house was quiet except for the soft hum of the refrigerator in the kitchen. I had been curled up on the couch, scrolling through my phone, trying to pass the time. My parents were away for the weekend, and my older brother had gone out with his friends. I'd been used to the quiet by now, the solitude not bothering me. The house wasn't big, just a two-story with narrow stairs leading up to the bedrooms. I spent a lot of time in the living room, which had a clear view of the staircase. As I sat there, the only light in the room came from the lamp on the end table beside the couch. The rest of the house was shrouded in darkness. I wasn't sure what made me glance toward the stairs, but I did. At first, I thought it was just a trick of the light, maybe my eyes playing tricks on me, but then I saw it clearly. A shadow. It was moving up the stairs. It wasn't like a regular shadow, the kind you'd expect to see when light falls across something. No, this shadow moved slowly, deliberately, like something was climbing each step. It didn't belong. I froze. My heart skipped a beat. It wasn't normal, but I wasn't sure if I was just imagining things. My eyes darted around, looking for any logical explanation. Maybe it was the way the light from the lamp cast odd shapes across the walls. But no, this shadow wasn't one of those. It was solid, clear, and moving. My instinct was to convince myself it was nothing, that it was all in my head. But the longer I stared at it, the more I could see it wasn't just the trick of the light. The shadow moved deliberately up, one step at a time. It didn't make any sound. No footsteps, just a smooth, almost fluid motion. I felt my stomach drop. For a moment, I just watched it. Part of me was paralyzed by fear, unsure of whether I should act or if I was just imagining it all. But I wasn't about to sit there and wait for whatever that was to make its way up the stairs without checking it out. I grabbed the flashlight from the drawer next to the couch. It wasn't much, just a small, pocket-sized flashlight, but it would have to do. I crept toward the stairs, heart hammering in my chest. My mind raced with 1,000 possibilities, but none of them made sense. The house was locked up tight. The doors were all shut, the windows too. I was alone. There couldn't be anyone else here. But there it was, that shadow, still climbing the stairs. I took a deep breath and began to move toward the staircase. The beam from my flashlight cut through the darkness, but the closer I got, the more I could feel a weight in the air. It was like the whole house had gotten heavier, like something was pressing in on me, making it harder to breathe. Step by step, I moved toward the stairs. I thought I heard something, a faint rustling sound, but I couldn't tell where it came from. It could have just been the house settling, but it felt wrong. I reached the bottom of the stairs. My feet felt like they were stuck to the floor. The shadow was still there, still climbing. It didn't stop, didn't hesitate, just moved upward. My eyes were locked on it, my breath shallow as I stepped onto the first step. The wood creaked under my weight. It felt impossibly loud in the silence of the house. The shadow didn't waver. I kept climbing, flashlight in hand, illuminating each step as I moved upward. I had to focus, had to keep my mind from wandering. If I let my thoughts drift, I knew I'd lose my nerve. Every part of me wanted to turn and run, but I couldn't. Not when I was this close. When I reached the top, I paused. The shadow was gone. The hallway in front of me was completely still. Nothing but the darkened doors of the rooms, the dim light from my flashlight casting long shadows on the walls. I blinked, tried to adjust my eyes, searching for any sign of what had just been there. But there was nothing. The staircase behind me was empty. No shadow, no movement. I felt my breath catch in my throat. My skin was crawling. I took a few steps down the hallway towards the bedrooms. Everything was quiet, too quiet. The kind of quiet that made every sound you did hear seem unnaturally loud. I checked each room, one by one. The first room was my brother's, empty. The second was my parents', also empty. I checked the bathroom, the guest room, but all were just as still as the hallway. The only thing I could hear was the dull thumping of my heart in my chest. I stood there for a moment, thinking, trying to rationalize. Maybe I'd imagined it. Maybe it was just my mind playing tricks. I had been sitting on the couch for hours. My eyes were tired, my body sluggish from sitting too long. I wasn't even sure what time it was. I hadn't checked my phone in ages. But that shadow, it had been real. I had seen it. I knew it. I turned and started to head back toward the stairs. As I did, I heard again a faint sound, almost like a whisper. I froze. It wasn't the sound of footsteps. It wasn't the house creaking. It was something else, something I couldn't place. My head snapped toward the living room, where I had been sitting earlier. The door to the kitchen was still ajar, and I could see a sliver of light coming through. I made my way back down the stairs, moving quickly this time, my heart racing again. I glanced back at the staircase, but it was empty. I was sure of it. I reached the bottom and stepped into the kitchen. The light from the fridge glowed faintly in the corner. I checked the back door, the windows, the pantry. Everything was locked, everything was in place. I even grabbed a kitchen knife, just in case, but it didn't make me feel much better. I don't know how long I stood there, staring into the empty room, but I didn't want to go back upstairs. The sensation of being watched, of something lurking, wouldn't leave me. I felt like whatever was up there, whatever had moved up those stairs, was still here. My thoughts raced. I went over everything again in my mind. Could I have missed something? Maybe someone was hiding in the house, waiting for me to leave. But the house was small, and if someone had broken in, I would have heard it. The doors hadn't been disturbed. I walked back toward the living room, checking the front door just to be sure. It was locked as it should be. The house still felt heavy, the air still thick. The flashlight in my hand was shaking, but I couldn't stop. Then, as I reached the couch, I saw something that made my blood run cold. There on the coffee table was my brother's phone. He wasn't home. He hadn't been home. His phone wasn't supposed to be here. I froze. There was no way. How could it have gotten there? I picked it up. The screen was cracked, but the phone was warm, like someone had just been holding it. I stared at it for what felt like an eternity. The weight in the room was suffocating. I was about to turn and head back toward the stairs when I heard a noise. It wasn't the wind or the house settling. It was clear, distinct, the sound of a footstep on the stairs. I rushed to the stairs again, flashlight in hand, my whole body shaking. I shone the light up, but the top of the staircase was empty. My heart was pounding in my chest. There had to be an explanation. I couldn't let myself believe that something was here, but I couldn't deny what I was hearing. Another step, this time closer. I didn't wait. I ran. I bolted for the front door. My mind raced as I fumbled with the lock, finally throwing the door open. I didn't look back. I couldn't. I just ran out into the cold night air until I reached the neighbor's house. I knocked furiously on the door until they answered. It wasn't until I was safely inside, sitting in their living room, that I finally stopped trembling. I don't know what happened. Maybe I was just tired, maybe it was all in my head. But I know one thing for sure. When I got back to the house the next morning, everything was exactly as I left it. No signs of forced entry. No sign of anyone. No shadow on the stairs. But I never stayed there alone again. I don't know what happened that night. I don't know who or what was in that house, but I wasn't willing to stick around to find out. And I still hear that footstep sometimes. It was one of those evenings when the sun sets low, casting a long shadow across the narrow, winding roads that cut through the rural parts of the country. The kind of evening where the sky is that deep, burnished orange, fading into the dark blue that comes with nightfall. I had been driving for hours, just passing through some small towns that seemed to have nothing but a gas station, a diner, and maybe a convenience store or two. Nothing remarkable about them. The kind of places where the road signs say, next town, 45 miles, and it feels like you're the only one driving down the endless stretch of asphalt. I don't know why I always ended up taking the back roads. Maybe because I enjoyed the peace and quiet, or maybe it was just that I wasn't in a rush to get anywhere. Either way, there I was, listening to some old rock album on the stereo, the low hum of the tires on the pavement filling the silence of the empty road. The only other sound was the occasional crunch of gravel under the tires as I passed some old, weathered houses that looked like they hadn't seen a lick of paint in years. The sun was sinking lower when I noticed it, a car in my rearview mirror. At first, I didn't think much of it. A lot of people drive these back roads. Maybe they were just passing through too, heading for the same nowhere destination I was. But the longer I watched, the more I started to notice something odd. The headlights of the car were too close, the reflection too constant. I didn't see anyone behind me. No outline of a person, just a vague, dark shape that seemed to follow my every move. It wasn't like someone was tailgating me either. It felt different, the kind of feeling that prickles the hairs on the back of your neck, like there was something about it that didn't sit right. I tried to shake it off, focusing on the road ahead. The car's headlights kept flashing in my mirror, like it was keeping pace with me no matter how fast I drove. The shadows cast by the trees along the side of the road seemed to grow longer with every mile, the sun disappearing completely behind the horizon. My eyes kept flicking to the rearview mirror, and the figure was still there. No matter what, it seemed to be keeping up, always just behind me, like it was waiting for something. I don't know why I didn't pull over at first. Maybe I thought it was all in my head. But the closer I got to the next town, the more the feeling of unease started to settle in. I couldn't shake the image of that shadowy figure, always just behind me. I had no idea what it was, but it was starting to feel deliberate. It didn't help that the town was small, as in really small. The kind of place where you could drive through in under 5 minutes, passing the same buildings and streets over and over. When I finally saw the gas station up ahead, I didn't hesitate. I turned off the road and pulled into the parking lot, the car's tires crunching loudly on the gravel. I didn't even care about the fuel. I just wanted to stop. The second I parked, I glanced up at my rearview mirror again. The car had pulled in right behind me. My heart skipped a beat. It was the same dark shape I had seen earlier, but now it was even closer. I couldn't make out any details, but I could feel the presence of the car, like it was waiting for me to do something. I didn't know what to do, but I knew I had to get out of there. I slammed the car door shut behind me and hurried inside the gas station. The fluorescent lights flickered above, casting a sickly yellow glow across the small, quiet interior. The attendant, a middle-aged man with thinning hair and a weathered face, looked up at me as I walked in. He didn't say anything, just nodded like he was used to people rushing in and out without a word. I didn't even pay attention to what was on the counter. I was too focused on the parking lot outside. I glanced back through the window. The car was still there, sitting in the same spot, its headlights off now. It seemed like whoever was driving, it was waiting for me to come back out. A knot formed in my stomach. I didn't like the feeling of being watched, especially not by someone I couldn't see. I stood there for a few more minutes, trying to calm my nerves, but it wasn't working. Every instinct in me told me to get back in the car and leave. But then something strange happened. The car was gone. I didn't hear the engine start, didn't see any movement in the rearview mirror as I'd expected. It just vanished. 1 second, it was there, and the next, nothing. I stood there, staring at the empty parking spot where it had been parked just a minute before. The stillness of the moment felt almost unnatural. I couldn't explain it. It didn't make sense. The wind had picked up, rustling the leaves outside. It was the kind of wind that carried with it a sense of change, like something was about to happen. But nothing did. The parking lot was empty. I told myself I was being paranoid, that I'd overreacted. Maybe it had been a coincidence, just a driver passing through who happened to stop at the same gas station. But deep down, I knew that wasn't what it felt like. It felt deliberate. The whole thing, the way it had followed me, the way it had been just there, waiting like it was some kind of game. It wasn't just an ordinary driver. I had no proof of anything, no reason to think anything had been wrong. But I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. I didn't want to wait around any longer. I needed to leave, to get out of that town. I walked back to my car, quickly glancing around to make sure nothing seemed out of place. The streets were silent. There was no sign of the car, no sign of anyone at all. I drove out of the parking lot, the tires crunching over the gravel. As I turned on the main road, I looked in my rearview mirror one last time, half expecting to see those headlights behind me, following me again. But there was nothing, just the empty road behind me. The further I drove, the more I started to feel like I could breathe again. The tightness in my chest loosened. The feeling of being watched began to fade. But even then, a part of me stayed alert, watching the shadows along the road, waiting for something I couldn't explain. By the time I reached the next town, the sun had fully set and the night stretched out around me like a blanket. I didn't stop for gas or food. I just kept going, heading toward the highway, putting as much distance as I could between myself and that strange experience. It was only when I got to a place where I could finally stop and take a deep breath that I realized something that still makes my heart race when I think about it. I never saw the driver of that car, never saw a face, never heard the engine start. The car had just disappeared. And yet, in the back of my mind, I know, without a shadow of a doubt, that someone was there. Someone had been following me. And even now, I can't shake the feeling that they're still out there, waiting. No one will ever tell me what happened that night. But I've learned one thing. Sometimes it's better to just keep driving, keep moving, because you never know who or what is out there on the road with you. I was out for a late night jog through the park, the kind of jog I'd gotten used to. It was part of my routine, something calming, almost meditative. The park was quiet at this hour, the kind of quiet that made everything feel still and peaceful, like the world had taken a breath and was holding it in. The only sound was the rhythmic slap of my sneakers on the cracked pavement and my steady breathing as I pushed myself to go a little faster, a little further. It was around midnight. The air was cool, and a slight breeze rustled the leaves of the trees that lined the park. Streetlights cast long shadows across the path, creating patches of light and dark that I knew all too well. The park wasn't the safest place to be alone at this hour, but I'd been jogging here for months, and nothing had ever happened. It was my escape, away from the stresses of work, of life. Just me and the night. I was nearing the woods section of the park when I heard it. A scream. It was loud and piercing, the kind of scream you never forget, the kind that seems to tear through the night. It wasn't a scream of joy or a call for help. It was something raw, something desperate and full of terror. I froze in my tracks, my heart suddenly pounding in my chest. I stood there for a moment, unsure what to do. My mind was racing. It didn't sound like it came from usual joggers or anyone walking their dogs. The scream was too wild, too primal. It sent a chill crawling on my spine. I scanned the path ahead of me, the darkness of the woods swallowing up any sense of safety that the streetlights offered. The scream had come from deep within the trees, somewhere off the path. My breath caught in my throat as I debated what to do. My instinct told me to keep moving, to turn around and run back to the safety of the well-lit streets, but another part of me, the curious part, wondered what had made that noise. Was someone in trouble? Was someone in danger? I took a few hesitant steps forward, the hairs on the back of my neck standing up. The thought of helping, of being the person who could do something, was enough to keep me going. The park was usually empty at night, but I told myself there must be someone else around, someone who might have heard that scream. It was a rational thought, but the dread gnawing at my stomach told me otherwise. Then before I could decide, it came again, the scream. This time, it was closer. It wasn't just in the distance anymore. It was almost as if it were right there, just beyond the trees, almost within arm's reach. I could feel my pulse quicken, the sound vibrating through my entire body, sending a surge of adrenaline through my veins. Without thinking, my feet moved, faster now, my body already deciding for me what my mind was too paralyzed to act on. I took off running, the sound of my feet slapping against the pavement drowned out by the echo of that scream. My breath was ragged as I pushed harder, my mind screaming at me to keep going, to leave whatever was in those woods behind. But I couldn't stop thinking about what I'd just heard. What kind of person, what kind of animal could make such a sound? I made it to the intersection of the park, where the path split into two directions. One led out to the streets, the familiar safety of the city, the other wound deeper into the woods. I took a quick glance behind me. The park was silent again, eerily so. The kind of silence that presses down on you, making you feel small and exposed. I knew I couldn't stop, but the thought of being out there alone, in the dark, was becoming unbearable. Still, I ran. The sound of my own breath was deafening now. I was halfway through the park, almost to the end, when I saw movement out of the corner of my eye. I whipped my head to the side, my heart jumping into my throat, but it was just a shadow, a tree branch swaying in the breeze. I forced myself to look ahead and focus on the path. Then, another scream. It came from just off the path, to my left, from the direction I had been running towards before. My legs nearly gave out under me. I had never been this scared in my life. I wasn't sure if it was the scream that had me paralyzed or the way my mind had started to spiral, imagining things that weren't there. I had never been one to get spooked easily, but tonight felt different. The night felt off, like something was wrong. I pushed myself to keep moving, now at a full sprint. The sound of the scream still echoed in my head, looping over and over again. It was as if the sound had followed me, like I couldn't escape it no matter how fast I ran. I reached the end of the park and slowed, gasping for air, my muscles burning. The streetlights ahead of me seemed like a beacon, offering me the reassurance I needed. I crossed the road quickly, my feet almost tripping over themselves as I stumbled onto the sidewalk. I glanced over my shoulder, half expecting to see someone or something coming after me, but nothing. The park was behind me, dark and empty. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. The walk back home felt longer than usual. My head was spinning, and every little sound made me jump. The rustle of leaves, the distant hum of traffic, my own footsteps echoing in the empty street. I tried to tell myself I was just being paranoid. I had heard a scream. It could have been anything. A prank, an animal, a person in trouble. I shouldn't let it get to me. But the sound of that scream kept repeating in my mind, looping like a broken record. It was impossible to ignore. When I finally reached my apartment, I locked the door behind me and leaned against it for a moment, just to steady myself. I felt like I had just outrun something far more dangerous than any dark alley. But as the minutes passed, I started to feel a strange sense of calm. Maybe it had just been a weird coincidence. Maybe I was just tired, my mind playing tricks on me. But that's when the knock came. It was soft at first, like a gentle tap against the door. I froze. My blood ran cold. No one ever knocked on my door at this hour. I didn't move for a moment, too afraid to even breathe. Then it came again, more insistent this time. 3 sharp knocks. I stood there, paralyzed. Another knock. This time, I could hear someone breathing, shallow and quick, on the other side of the door. I grabbed my phone off the counter, my hands shaking, and dialed 911, but before I could press the call button, I heard the voice. It was faint, but unmistakable. "Help me." My heart stopped. It was the same voice, the same scream I had heard in the park. I didn't know what to do. I wanted to scream, to run, to hide, but my body wouldn't move. The knocking stopped, but the voice lingered. That desperate, pleading voice was still echoing in my ears. "Help me." Finally, after what felt like an eternity, I managed to unlock the door, my fingers fumbling over the handle. The door creaked open, and I was met with the most terrifying sight I could have imagined. Nothing. There was no one standing there. The hallway outside was dark, empty. I stepped out, confused, my pulse still racing, my breathing shallow. I looked both ways, but there was no one to be seen. I slowly closed the door behind me and stood there, still in shock, trying to make sense of what had just happened. But there was no explanation. The scream, the knocking, the voice. It all made no sense. My mind was too tangled, trying to connect dots that didn't add up. In the end, I never found out what happened that night. I never went back to that park. I didn't tell anyone what I had heard, what I had felt. But every time I hear a scream now, my heart skips a beat, and I can't help but wonder, was it just a coincidence? Or was there something darker at play that night? Something I'll never fully understand. I used to work at a cheap movie theater. It wasn't anything special, Just a rundown place on the edge of town that got the films after they'd already run their course at the bigger theaters. We got all the movies that no one cared about anymore, the ones that didn't make it big. I didn't mind though. It was easy work. I mostly ran the concession stand, cleaned up after shows, and worked the late shifts when the place was practically empty. It was a pretty chill job, aside from a few weird things here and there that we all just chalked up to the old building being, well, old. The theater was an old, brick building that hadn't seen any real renovations in decades. The carpet was a faded red, and the walls were covered in cheap, peeling posters from films long forgotten. It smelled musty, like stale popcorn and cleaning chemicals. The lobby was small, with a single, cracked glass door leading into the main theater room. The seats were torn in places, and the curtains hanging at the front of the room were so faded they looked like they were about to disintegrate. The place had character, but not the kind that made you feel at ease. It was the kind of character that made you feel like something was always lurking just beyond your sight. We all joked about the ghosts that haunted the place. It was mostly just a way to pass the time, an inside joke between me and my coworkers. Sometimes we'd hear things, whistling mostly. It wasn't always the same tune, but it was definitely someone whistling. The strangest part was that if you started whistling part of a song, you'd hear the rest of it come back to you, like someone else was joining in. It was always a bit eerie, but we'd just laugh it off and get back to work. It wasn't anything serious, just a weird coincidence or the creaking of the building settling. At least, that's what I told myself. I've been working there for a few months when the first strange incident happened. I was up in the projection area, which was a narrow, cramped room above the theater where we played the films. It smelled like oil and machinery up there, the hum of the projector providing a steady background noise. I was up there alone, fixing something on the projector when I heard it. A voice, clear as day. It was my name, whispered softly, almost like it was right behind me. I froze, holding my breath, my hand still on the projector. It was quiet for a moment, but then I heard it again, a little louder this time. My name. It was so clear. There was no mistaking it. I spun around, expecting to see someone standing behind me, but there was nothing. The room was empty, just the flickering light from the projector casting long shadows across the walls. My heart was racing, and I felt a cold chill run through me. I yelled out, "Hello," but there was no answer. Nothing. I told myself I was imagining it. Maybe it was just the weird acoustics of the old building, or maybe it was a trick of my tired mind. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. I climbed down from the projection room and went downstairs to check with my coworkers. They were all at the front desk, talking and laughing. I asked them if any of them had come up to the projection area, but they all said no. Everyone was accounted for. No one had been upstairs. I couldn't explain it. It didn't make sense. But I didn't want to seem like I was losing my mind, so I just shrugged it off and tried to get back to work. It wasn't the first strange thing I'd heard in that place, and I didn't think it would be the last. Weeks passed, and things went back to normal. But I started noticing more odd occurrences. Small things, like the sound of footsteps when no one was around, or the flickering of lights when the building was quiet. I could have sworn I heard the whistling again, but I never saw anyone. It was always the same, faint, distant, and just a little too close for comfort. I began to feel like I was being watched, but when I looked around, there was never anyone there. I tried to tell myself that it was just my imagination running wild, but deep down, I knew something was off. Then came Christmas Eve. I was working the night shift, alone as usual. The theater was almost empty, just a few people watching a late night movie. The place was quiet, the hum of the projector the only sound in the air. I was sitting at the front desk, scrolling through my phone when I heard again. A whisper. My name. Clear as day. I froze, my blood running cold. I looked around, expecting to see someone, but the lobby was empty. The only person in the building besides me was up in the theater, watching the movie. I got up and went to check, but there was no one there. No one had called out, and no one was in the hallway. I started to feel uneasy, my heart pounding in my chest. This time, it didn't feel like a coincidence. I decided to check the projection room again. I don't know why I thought I'd find anything, but it felt like the right thing to do. I walked up the narrow staircase, my footsteps echoing in the silence. As I stepped into the projection room, the air felt different. Heavier, almost. I glanced at the projector, and that's when I saw it. The film reel was spinning on its own. The machine was running, the film looping over and over, but no one had started it. It shouldn't have been on. I walked over and tried to stop it, but the machine was jammed. The film kept running, faster now, the images flickering on the screen in the dark room. I could hear the faint whistling again, coming from somewhere in the shadows, like someone was standing right behind me. I didn't know what to do. My mind was racing, and my hands were shaking as I tried to figure out how to turn the projector off. But no matter what I did, it wouldn't stop. The whistling grew louder, almost like a song playing in the distance. My heart was pounding in my chest, and I felt like I couldn't breathe. I backed away from the projector, my eyes fixed on the spinning reel. I didn't know what I was supposed to do. It was as if the room was closing in on me, and I couldn't escape. I had to get out of there. I turned and ran down the stairs, my feet slipping on the worn carpet. I made it to the lobby, gasping for breath, but the whistling didn't stop. It followed me, growing louder, echoing through the building. I looked around, half expecting to see something standing in the shadows, but there was nothing. The lobby was empty, and the only sound was the faint whistle that seemed to come from nowhere. My mind was racing, and I felt like I was losing control. I grabbed my coat and headed for the door, my legs trembling with every step. I couldn't shake the feeling that someone, or something, was watching me. I stepped outside into the cold night air, and for the first time, I felt like I could breathe again. The whistling faded as I walked away from the theater, the sound growing fainter and fainter until it disappeared altogether. I never went back to that theater. I don't know what happened that night, but I know what I felt. I know what I heard, and I know I wasn't imagining it. I don't care if it was just the building settling or if there's some logical explanation for the whistling. That place was never the same after that night. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was there, something that didn't belong, and I wasn't going to stick around to find out what it was. I quit the next day, and they never heard from me again. The theater eventually closed down, and they built something new in its place. But even now, when I pass by the old building, I can't help but feel a shiver run down my spine. I don't know what was going on in there, but I know I'm glad I'm not the one left to figure it out. I was lying in bed, the soft hum of the night filling the room. My blankets were pulled up to my chin, and the comfort of my warm bed made the chill in the air outside seem like a distant thought. It had been a long day. I'd spent the evening cleaning up after dinner, watching TV, and then slowly drifting off to sleep. But then it happened. A loud crash echoed through the house, shaking me from my slumber. My heart slammed against my chest, and a cold shiver ran down my spine. I lay there for a moment, frozen, listening for any sound that might explain the noise. But nothing came. The house was eerily quiet again. I strained my ears, trying to make sense of what had just happened, but all I could hear was the racing of my heartbeat. After a few seconds that felt like an eternity, I finally pushed the blankets off me and swung my legs out of bed. I grabbed the baseball bat that was leaning against the nightstand, something my dad had given me years ago for protection, and held it tightly in my hands. It felt heavy, reassuring, like a small piece of safety in an uncertain situation. I took a deep breath and stepped out of the room, my bare feet making soft thuds on the wooden floor. The house was dark, except for the faint light of the street lamp filtering through the windows. I moved cautiously, each step deliberate, my eyes scanning the hallway ahead of me. The dark seemed to stretch endlessly, the shadows lurking in corners that never seemed to fully fade into the light. The stairs creaked beneath my weight as I descended, each step echoing in the silence. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong, that the sound I'd heard wasn't just a random accident. No, it had been too loud, too sudden. Something or someone had caused it. When I reached the bottom of the stairs, I turned slowly into the living room, the space that I had just cleaned not even an hour ago. The faint smell of dinner still lingered in the air, mixed with the scent of freshly vacuumed carpet. The room was just as I had left it, except for one thing. A chair lay overturned near the coffee table. The wood cracked in places where it had hit the ground. Glass was scattered across the floor, sharp fragments glittering in the low light. I felt a knot form in my stomach as I took in the scene. I didn't understand what had happened. The house was empty. At least it was supposed to be. My breath quickened as I scanned the room, my grip tightening on the bat. I looked around, but there was no sign of anyone. No movement. No shadows that shouldn't be there. It was just a broken chair and a glass. A mess that didn't make sense. I hesitated for a moment, unsure of what to do next. My mind raced, trying to piece together what had happened. Had someone broken in? Was someone still in the house? The idea of checking the rest of the rooms filled me with dread, but I had to be sure. I stepped forward, slowly, and bent down to pick up a shard of glass from the floor. It was cold and sharp, and I winced as I held it for just a moment longer than I should have. The crunching noise as I stepped on another shard made me jump, but I forced myself to breathe deeply. I wasn't going to let fear control me. I turned toward the hallway, my heart pounding in my chest. The stairs leading up to the bedrooms felt like miles away, and I was terrified of what I might find as I ventured further into the house. But I had no choice. I needed to know what had happened. I needed to make sure I wasn't alone in the house. My eyes scanned the hallway, the darkness pressing in on me. I stepped carefully around the broken glass, moving silently, my ears straining for any sound that might indicate someone was nearby. The only noise I could hear was the pounding of my own heartbeat. I was about halfway down the hallway when I saw it. A figure stood at the end of the hall, just out of reach of the dim light from the living room. My breath caught in my throat as I froze. The bat gripped so tightly in my hands that my fingers started to ache. The figure didn't move, didn't make a sound. It was just standing there, staring at me. Or at least I thought it was. I couldn't see their face clearly, but something about the way they stood made me feel like I was being watched. Not just by someone, but by something that didn't belong. The seconds seemed to stretch into an eternity, and I could feel the cold sweat starting to form on the back of my neck. My mind screamed at me to turn around and run, to escape this nightmare, but my body refused to move. I was paralyzed, caught in some strange limbo where every instinct had told me to be silent, but every instinct I had also screamed for me to leave. I wasn't supposed to be here. I wasn't supposed to be facing this. I forced myself to take a step back, but then I heard a creak, the unmistakable sound of floorboards shifting under the weight of someone or something moving. My breath caught, and I instinctively lifted the bat, pointing in the direction of the figure, even though it felt useless. My legs shook, but I forced myself to remain still, listening. Then, the figure shifted slightly, and the low light caught a glimpse of something, a shape, a movement, a flicker of recognition that made my stomach drop. The figure was real, not a trick of the light or my imagination, and they were waiting for me to make a move. My body tensed as I finally managed to take a step back, but this time I wasn't frozen. I was ready to run. My heart thundered in my chest, but I had no choice. I had to escape. I turned on my heel, my breath coming in ragged gasps as I made my way back toward the stairs. But then I heard something else, a sound I hadn't expected. Footsteps, heavy, deliberate steps, following me down the hallway. I whipped around, the bat raised in front of me, but the hallway was empty again. No one was there. Nothing. Just the dim light and the oppressive silence that filled the air. For a moment, I thought I might have imagined the whole thing. That the crash downstairs had been some kind of fluke, that I had overreacted, that I had somehow misinterpreted the situation. But then I remembered the figure, the one I had seen standing at the end of the hall, waiting. I didn't dare go back down the hallway. Instead, I turned and bolted up the stairs, my feet pounding the steps as I rushed to my room, the door slamming behind me as I locked it. I didn't know if I was being followed, if someone had broken in, or if it was just my mind playing tricks on me, but I wasn't about to take any chances. I stood there, breathless and trembling, as I listened intently. The house was silent once more, but I didn't dare move. I didn't dare let my guard down. The minutes stretched on, and I eventually forced myself to sit down, the bat still gripped tightly in my hands. My body was exhausted, but my mind was still racing, trying to make sense of everything that had happened. The crash, the figure, the footsteps, it didn't add up. And the more I thought about it, the more I realized that whatever had happened downstairs wasn't over. I wasn't alone in the house, and I wasn't going to be able to just ignore it. I waited, hoping for some kind of sign, some sort of noise that would tell me what to do next. And then, finally, the sound I had been waiting for, the unmistakable click of the front door opening and closing. I wasn't alone anymore. The figure from the hallway had left. The house I was renting was tiny, tucked away in the middle of nowhere. It wasn't much to look at, just a simple 2-bedroom cottage that sat on a plot of land with a few scraggly trees and a dirt road leading up to it. I had moved in only a few weeks ago, hoping for a fresh start. I'd been through a rough patch, and this place was cheap, secluded, quiet, just what I needed to escape the noise of the city and the constant chaos in my life. The first few days were peaceful. The nights were especially quiet, the kind of quiet that gets to you when you're alone in the dark for too long. I had gotten used to the silence by then, the kind of silence that seeps into your bones and feels like it's pressing down on your chest. But it wasn't until that one night that everything changed. It was late, probably around 2 or 3 in the morning. I had just finished watching an old movie on TV and was about to fall asleep when I heard it. Footsteps, slow, deliberate steps. The kind you'd expect if someone was walking upstairs, right above me. The thing was, I was alone. I froze, lying in bed, my heart pounding in my ears. My mind raced. Maybe it was the house settling? That's what I told myself. But as the footsteps grew louder and closer, I knew it couldn't be that. The floorboards creaked under the weight of whoever, or whatever, was moving upstairs. My first instinct was to grab something for protection. I reached for the bat I'd left by my door, the one I'd bought when I first moved in, just to feel a bit safer in this isolated place. My hands were shaking as I gripped it, the wood cold and heavy in my hands. I stood there for a moment, listening. The footsteps continued, slow and steady, as if whoever was upstairs didn't care that I could hear them. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up, and I swallowed hard. The house was small, but the upstairs was split into 2 rooms. One for a small bedroom, and the other for a tiny storage area that had a steep, narrow staircase leading up to it. I hadn't explored much of the upstairs, figuring the place wasn't worth bothering with. The rooms were sparse, the walls covered in faded wallpaper, and the attic just felt off. The thought of something or someone up there filled me with dread, but I had to know what was going on. With each step I took toward the stairs, my stomach twisted. The air felt thick, almost suffocating. I made my way into the hallway, careful not to make sound. The floorboards creaked under my feet. My breath felt shallow, like it wasn't enough to fill my lungs. The hallway was dimly lit by the faint glow of a streetlight outside that barely filtered through the dusty window. The only sound now was my heartbeat, racing faster than it should be. The footsteps had stopped, but I still heard that low, almost inaudible sound of something shifting upstairs. I reached the foot of the stairs and stopped, my heart pounding in my chest. The air was so still that I could hear every small creak of the house settling, but the upstairs was completely silent. I didn't know what I was expecting. Maybe a neighbor sneaking in? Maybe someone had broken in? But I couldn't just stand there. I had to check. Taking a deep breath, I slowly made my way up the stairs. With every step, the creaking grew louder and the silence felt heavier. My eyes scanned the dark, narrow hallway at the top, waiting for something to move, for something to show itself. But it was eerily quiet, too quiet. When I reached the top, I looked both ways. To my left was the bedroom, the door slightly ajar, and to my right was the small storage room. The bedroom door was wide open. I couldn't stop staring at it, my feet frozen to the floor. The air around me felt colder, and I felt a shiver run down my spine. My hand tightened around the bat, the wood feeling slippery with sweat. I stepped toward the bedroom, each movement slower than the last, my eyes never leaving the darkened doorway. As I got closer, I heard it, a low, raspy breath. It wasn't the kind of sound you'd expect from the wind or an animal. It was human, or something that used to be human. My body went into overdrive. Every muscle tensed, my heartbeat deafening in my ears. There was no way I could stand there any longer. My mind screamed at me to run, to get out, to leave whatever was in that room behind. But I couldn't. I stepped forward, my breath shaky as I approached the door. The dim light from the hallway barely illuminated the room inside, but I could make out shapes, furniture, a bed, a dresser. Nothing was out of place, except for the man sitting in the corner of the room. His back was hunched, his face hidden in shadow. He was sitting completely still, the only movement coming from his uneven, labored breathing. He hadn't noticed me yet, but something about the way he sat there made my skin crawl. I wanted to scream, to call the police, to do anything, but my throat closed up. I couldn't move. I couldn't even blink. The fear gripped me harder than I thought possible. I don't know how long I stood there just staring. The silence was suffocating, broken only by the sound of his breathing. Then, without warning, he slowly turned his head toward me. The look in his eyes, if you could even call them eyes, was hollow, lifeless. There was no recognition, no sense of humanity in them. Just an emptiness that made my stomach twist. I could feel the blood draining from my face, my body numb. This wasn't real. It couldn't be real. He was still watching me, unmoving, his chest barely rising with each shallow breath. I bolted. I didn't stop to think. I didn't stop to look behind me. I just ran. Down the stairs, through the hallway, past the living room, and out the door. My legs burned, my heart pounding harder than ever as I sprinted toward the dirt road. I didn't know where I was going. I didn't care. I just needed to get away from that house, away from whatever that thing was. I didn't stop running until I reached the neighbor's house, which was a few miles down the road. I knocked on their door, shaking so hard that I could barely make sound. They let me in immediately, and I told them everything. They didn't seem all that surprised. They said they'd heard rumors about the house before, about strange things happening there. They told me the previous tenants had moved out in a hurry, leaving everything behind, but they didn't want to go into details. I didn't press them. I didn't need to hear any more. That night, I called a friend and asked if I could stay at their place. I didn't care if it was just for a few hours. I just needed to get away from that house. I never went back. The next day, I called the landlord and told them I was done. I was moving out. I didn't care what kind of contract I had signed. I told them I wouldn't be coming back, and that was the end of it. As I drove away, I couldn't help but glance back at the house one last time. It was still there, sitting quietly in the middle of nowhere, just as it had been before. But now it seemed different, darker, more ominous. The house that had been my escape was now a place of terror. I didn't know what I had seen that night, and I didn't want to know. I never went back to that town, and I've never told anyone the whole story. But every now and then, when I close my eyes, I can still hear the raspy breath, and I wonder who or what was in that room, and why it was watching me. It was late fall when I took the job, the kind of cold that crept into your sleeves and stayed there, no matter how many layers you wore. I've been working security at the Westbrook Mall for about 6 months. Nothing flashy, just the usual graveyard shift, walking laps, checking cameras, doing my rounds every hour. It was quiet work, the kind of quiet that could either make you feel at peace or get under your skin if you thought about it too long. The mall was old, parts of it built in the late 60s. It had been renovated several times, but underneath the new tile floors and the clean food court lights, there was an old skeleton, concrete and rust and forgotten hallways that ran below the storefronts. That's where the basement came in. Every night, one of us had to check the basement storage areas. Not the whole thing. It was too big and mostly unused. Just the 2 main corridors and the utility room. Usually I didn't mind. You'd go down, flick on the lights, walk to the end, turn around, scan with your flashlight if you felt like being thorough, then sign the log sheet. 15 minutes tops. After a while, you barely noticed how strange it was down there. How your footsteps echoed too long. How the air smelled like damp concrete, copper, and something older. How the lights buzzed, even the LED ones. There was one section we didn't bother with anymore. It had been sealed off some time before I started. According to the shift lead who trained me, that hallway used to store seasonal mall decorations, trees, benches, Santa's sleigh, all that crap. But then some of the old pipes started leaking down there, and the floor got moldy. They pulled everything out and locked it up until maintenance could replace the pipes. That had been over a year ago, and no one had gotten around to doing anything with it since. I'd passed the door 100 times. Big steel latch, padlocked with a sign that said, "Do not enter. Maintenance only." The kind of sign that makes you feel like you should follow it, but doesn't stop your curiosity from drifting toward it every time you walk past. That night, I was the only one on shift with another guard named Lewis. He was new, maybe 3 weeks in, and still carried himself like he expected something exciting to happen every night. He'd pace around the camera monitors and ask questions that no one really needed to answer. I didn't mind him. He made the long nights less boring. I had just finished a round upstairs and was watching the monitors while sipping old coffee when something caught my eye on the bottom screen. One of the motion cams had been triggered, Cam 12, basement corridor B. I looked at the timestamp. It had just happened, maybe a minute ago. I clicked to zoom in and watched the grainy black and white footage. A shape, clearly human, walked into the frame, slow and steady. Tall, maybe 6 foot. No flashlight, no reflective vest. Just moving through the corridor like they belonged there. But no one was supposed to be down there. Not at that hour, not without us knowing, and definitely not in corridor B. That was the hallway behind the sealed door. I stared at the monitor, trying to figure out if the person had come from another camera. I flipped back through the feed from cam 11 and 10. Nothing. No movement. No one entering from the elevator. No one on the stairs. Just that single person, walking calmly through a corridor that hadn't been open in weeks. I called Lewis over. He leaned in, watching the screen with a puzzled look on his face. "Someone's down there," he said after a moment. That's the storage hallway, isn't it?" I nodded. We both stared at the timestamp. I checked the current time. Still fresh. Less than 3 minutes ago. We didn't waste time. Grab radios, flashlights, and keys. I wasn't feeling jumpy exactly. Just off. I knew the place like the back of my hand. And I knew no one had gone into that hallway. Not unless they had a key, and the only keys were in my pocket and in the security office lock drawer. Still, I tried to keep my head level. Maybe someone had broken in. Maybe maintenance had shown up without telling anyone. Maybe the system had glitched and it was old footage. We made our way down, walking past closed storefronts, through the employee corridor that always smelled faintly of fryer oil and bleach, to the stairwell that led to the basement. The air change halfway down got colder, heavier. It always did. The basement lights were motion triggered, but they lagged by a second or two. When we reached the bottom, the hallway blinked to life in slow, humming sections. The sound of our boots echoed. The usual clatter. I checked the door to the storage hallway. Still locked. The padlock was untouched, and the dust on the floor around it was undisturbed. I clicked my flashlight on and walked up to it, crouching slightly. The door was metal and sealed tight, and I could see the faint outline of where the mop bucket usually left a ring when the janitor parked it there. But something didn't sit right. The air smelled wet, like the scent that hits you just before it rains. Then I saw the footprints. Fresh ones, wet bare feet, clear as day, leading away from the sealed door. They glistened in the overhead light, a little reddish from the rust-colored water that sometimes pooled down here. They weren't mine. They weren't Lewis's. They weren't even boot prints. They were feet. Human feet. No shoes, no socks. Just skin. You could even make out the heel and the bend of the toes. And they were walking away from a door that, by all logic, couldn't have been opened. We followed them. I kept my flashlight low, tracking the prints as they curved down the hall and toward the utility room. The prints stayed consistent. Left, right, left, spaced evenly like whoever made them wasn't in a hurry. No dragging, no slipping, just walking. My stomach was doing that slow, turning thing. The feeling that something's wrong, but you can't put your finger on it yet. We reached the utility room door. I stepped aside and checked the handle. It was unlocked. It shouldn't have been, but it was. I looked at Lewis, who was clearly unsure whether to go in or call it in. I pushed the door open slowly. The room was dark, the kind of dark that feels thick, where your light only goes so far before it seems to get swallowed. It was full of shelves, cleaning supplies, an old mop bucket, a stack of folded chairs leaning against one wall. The footprints stopped halfway into the room and vanished near the drain in the center. I swept my light around the space. Nothing. Not a single sound except the hum of the lights outside and our own breathing. I walked in, slowly, scanning every corner, every shelf. No sign of anyone. No sign they had ever been there, except those prints. They didn't even trail back out. Just stopped at the drain. I looked closer. The drain cover was iron, circular, maybe 8 inches across, rusted around the edges. I crouched down and listened. Nothing. We stayed there for maybe 2 more minutes before stepping out and radioing in. Our supervisor didn't say much, just told us to keep the hallway sealed and to document everything. We took pictures of the prints, checked the security footage again, and watched the same figure walk past the camera and vanish off screen. We rewound the footage 10 times. No entry, no exit, no other angles showing anything. When we came back the next night, the prints were gone. Not clean, just gone, like they'd never been there. I checked the lock on the storage hallway. Still sealed, still dusty. Same mop bucket sitting nearby. The air didn't smell like rain anymore. I never saw another figure on that camera. Nothing like that happened again. But from then on, I refused to check the basement alone. Even when they told me it was fine, even when they said nothing had been reported missing or broken, I just couldn't shake the feeling. A couple weeks later, I was talking with one of the janitors, an older guy who had worked at the mall for decades. I didn't bring up the footage. I just asked if anyone ever went into Corridor B. He gave me a strange look and said no one had gone in there for years. Said they sealed it because of a gas leak they couldn't find. Claimed one of the old maintenance guys got sick after spending a few hours down there. Claimed he started seeing things, hearing things, talking to someone who wasn't there. The guy retired early, moved away. No one ever followed up. The janitor chuckled, but it didn't feel like a funny story to him. More like something you laugh at to keep from thinking about too long. I never pushed further. Some things just don't need answers. Why do know is this? Someone or something walked through that hallway. The camera caught it. The prints were real, but the door was never opened and no one ever came out. Sometimes, the scariest part isn't what you see. It's knowing you saw it and no one believes you. And deep down, knowing the place you thought was safe has doors you didn't even realize could open. I was staying at my grandmother's house for the summer, a place I had always loved. It wasn't the first time I'd stayed there, but this time felt different. I don't know if it was because I was older, more aware of the world, or if something had actually changed about the house itself. Either way, what started as a calm, familiar visit slowly turned into something I couldn't explain. It wasn't long before I began noticing things at night. Strange things, the kind of things that made my skin prickle and my heart race. The house wasn't old, but it had a certain worn-down feel to it. The floors creaked with every step, the walls were thin, and the old wooden beams made a groaning noise whenever the wind hit them just right. But it was home, and I always felt safe there, especially when I was younger. At night, when the house was quiet and everything settled into the dark, the sounds would start. It began slowly, like a creak here, a soft shuffle there. I told myself it was the house settling, or maybe the wind rattling the windows. But as the nights passed, I began to notice a pattern. The sounds didn't come from random places. It was always outside my bedroom door. Sometimes I'd hear footsteps, slow and deliberate, padding across the hallway, just outside. It was always late, around 2 or 3 in the morning, when I'd be deep into a dreamless sleep. The sound of those footsteps was unmistakable, like someone walking barefoot across the old wooden floor. At first, I dismissed it. My grandmother's house was big, after all, and maybe the noises were just the house's way of reminding me of its age. But the footsteps didn't stop. They became more frequent, and sometimes they'd come in the dead of night when I was just starting to drift off. It wasn't just the footsteps that bothered me, though. It was the door. My bedroom door was old, too, and it had a certain weight to it, a kind of resistance when you tried to open it. But every once in a while, I would wake up to the faintest sound of the door creaking open, just a little like someone was standing on the other side, pushing it ever so slowly. I'd hold my breath, straining to hear more, but there was never anything. The footsteps would stop, and the door would settle back into place. There was never anyone there. It was always quiet. One night, it got worse. I had been in bed, half asleep, when I heard the familiar sound of footsteps outside my door. I had grown used to them by now, but tonight felt different. The air in the room was thick, almost stifling, like I could feel the weight of whatever was out there pressing against the door. I tried to shake it off, closing my eyes and telling myself it was just the house, just the wind, but then I heard something that made my heart skip a beat. The door creaked open. Not much, just a little. Just enough for someone or something to slip through. I lay there, motionless, my heart thumping in my chest. I wanted to call out, to shout for my grandmother, but I couldn't move. My body felt frozen, stuck in place like I was trapped in a nightmare. I listened, my ears straining to hear any sound that would explain what was happening. But all I could hear was the silence. I could feel something though, a presence, cold and suffocating, hanging in the air. I squeezed my eyes shut, hoping it was just my imagination. But then I felt it. The hairs on the back of my neck stood on end, and I could sense a figure standing at the foot of my bed. I didn't look. I couldn't. My whole body was shaking, but I couldn't force myself to turn and see what was there. The figure stood there, just at the edge of my vision. I could feel it watching me, its presence like a heavy weight pressing down on my chest. The air was so thick I could barely breathe. I couldn't tell how long it had been there, but time felt like it had stopped. Every second stretched on forever. Then, just as quickly as it had appeared, the presence vanished. The figure was gone. The door was closed. The footsteps had stopped. I lay there, staring at the ceiling, unable to move, unable to make sense of what had just happened. My heart was pounding in my chest, my mind racing. I told myself it was just a trick of the mind, maybe a dream that felt too real. But I knew it wasn't. It had been real. I could feel it in my bones. The next morning, I tried to go about my day like nothing had happened, but the memory of that night lingered in the back of my mind. I didn't tell my grandmother. I didn't want her to worry. She was old, and I didn't want to burden her with something that I couldn't explain myself. So, I kept it to myself, but the fear stayed with me. Each night, as the sun set and darkness crept over the house, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was waiting for me. That whatever had been standing at the foot of my bed was still out there, lurking just beyond the door. That night, I tried to stay awake, but exhaustion took over. I must have fallen asleep at some point because I woke up in the middle of the night, heart racing, the same sense of dread hanging in the air. The footsteps, they were back. This time, they didn't stop at the door. They came closer, slowly. I could hear them drawing near, the sound of soft steps on the floorboards, just outside my room. My pulse quickened, and I held my breath, willing myself to stay quiet, to stay still. But then, the door creaked open again. It was more than just a little this time. It opened wide. My stomach turned, and I squeezed my eyes shut, trying to block out the sound. I heard the footsteps move across the room, soft and deliberate. They stopped at the foot of my bed. I felt the air shift, like something was standing there, hovering over me. I couldn't open my eyes, couldn't move. I was paralyzed, trapped in my own body, unable to do anything but listen to the silence that followed. Then, just as quickly as it had started, the footsteps stopped. The door creaked closed again, and the house returned to its usual quiet. I opened my eyes, heart pounding, drenched in sweat. I lay there for what felt like hours, not daring to move. The next morning, I couldn't take it anymore. I had to know if I was losing my mind or if something real was happening. I told my grandmother everything. She listened quietly, her face unreadable, and when I was done, she simply nodded. "I know," she said softly. "I've heard the footsteps too." My heart sank. "What do you mean?" She sighed and looked out the window, her face distant. "This house, it has a history. A lot of people have come and gone here over the years, and some of them didn't leave right away." She paused, her eyes meeting mine. "But you're not imagining it. Whatever's here, it's real. It's been here for a long time." I wanted to ask more, to know what she meant, but she didn't say anything else. She just patted my hand and smiled, a sad, knowing smile. It was then that I realized my grandmother had been living with whatever it was in that house for years. She wasn't afraid. Maybe she had accepted it, just as she had accepted the creaking of the floors and the groaning of the walls. Maybe she had learned to live with the fear, to push it aside and go about her life. I wasn't sure. That night, I decided to stay up. I needed to prove to myself that I wasn't crazy. I needed to confront whatever it was that had been haunting me. I stayed in bed, my eyes wide open, listening for the footsteps. But nothing came. I waited and waited. The hours passed, and the house remained silent. I listened for the creaking of the door, the sound of footsteps outside my room, but it never came. By the time the sun began to rise, I had fallen into an exhausted sleep. I had finally confronted my fear, and for the first time in days, I felt a sense of relief. The next morning, I woke up to find that the house was as quiet as ever. No more footsteps, no more creaking doors. It was as if the house had returned to its normal state. The presence, the weight in the air was gone. And for the first time, I felt at peace. I don't know if it was my mind playing tricks on me, or if something had truly been there, but I knew one thing for sure. I wasn't going to stay up again at night, waiting for something that may never come. And after that, the house felt like home again. Normal, familiar, safe. The footsteps were gone, the creaking doors silent, and the darkness of the night no longer felt so heavy. I had faced my fear and, in the process, learned something important. Sometimes, the things we fear the most aren't ghosts or spirits. Sometimes they're just the strange, unexplainable things that we can never fully understand. And maybe that's okay. The woods behind our house were the kind that always felt older than they should be. We'd moved into that house when I was 9, and even back then, I knew there was something off about them. The trees were tall, thicker than any I'd seen before, and they all leaned in toward each other like they were whispering. When the wind blew through, it didn't sound like rustling. It sounded like breathing. There was a trail that wound through those trees, used mostly by deer and kids like me looking for a shortcut to the creek or a place to ride our bikes in secret. I spent a lot of time back there after school. My parents didn't like me being in the woods alone, but I was careful. I stayed on the paths I knew, and I always came back before dark. One of those paths curved near a strange clearing. It wasn't big, maybe 15 feet across, almost perfectly round. But nothing grew there. Not grass, not weeds, no mushrooms or moss. Just bare, cracked dirt, like it had been scorched. Even in the spring, when the rest of the forest came alive with green, that patch stayed dead. I'd asked my dad about it once, and he just said it was probably from an old fire or something. But there was no char, no blackened wood, and no burned scars on the nearby trees. Just that patch of hard, dead earth. My dog, a mutt named Riley, wouldn't go anywhere near it. I learned that the first time I tried to take him with me on one of my rides. He was fine until we got close to the clearing. Then his hackles went up, his tail tucked between his legs, and he let out a low whine I'd never heard before. When I tried to coax him forward, he planted himself and started shaking. That wasn't like him. He'd chased off raccoons, even stood his ground with a coyote once. But that patch of dirt scared him. I never brought him with me again. I didn't think much of it at the time. I figured maybe there was some scent or sound I couldn't pick up, something buried under the ground, maybe like old pipes or even a faint chemical smell. I wasn't stupid, just a kid who'd seen too many weird patches of land in the country and didn't think this one was any different. Then one day, I left my bike a little too close. It was an older mountain bike, one my uncle had given me after outgrowing it. The gear stuck sometimes, but I loved that thing. I rode it almost every day, and I knew every little creak it made. That afternoon, I'd taken it with me into the woods, planning to head down to the creek to skip rocks. I stopped near the clearing to take a leak and leaned the bike against a tree, maybe 10 feet from the edge of the dead patch. It was just for a second, maybe less than a minute. I didn't even think twice about where I'd left it. The ride to the creek went fine. I stayed there until the light started to turn gold, skipped the last of my stones, and headed back home. The next morning, when I went to ride to my friend Ben's house, the bike was wrecked. At first, I thought someone had slashed my tires. But when I rolled it out of the garage into the sun, I saw that the rubber was warped and sagging. Both tires had melted flat. The treads were almost gone, the edges crumpled inward like they'd been hit with a blowtorch. Even the plastic on the pedal arms was soft and shiny, like it had started to melt too. I touched the tire with my finger and a sticky bit came off, stringing to my skin like tar. I told my parents, and they figured someone had vandalized it. Maybe teenagers with nothing better to do. but the way the damage looked, it didn't make sense. There were no cuts, no knife marks, no punctures, just sagging melted rubber, like the whole thing had been left in an oven overnight. I thought about where I'd left it, near that clearing. I didn't tell my parents that part. I went back out that afternoon, walking instead of riding. I wanted to look at the spot where I'd left the bike. Maybe there were clues, footprints, something burned into the ground, anything to explain it. When I got there, the tree I'd leaned it against looked normal. No charring, no damage, but the dirt right at the edge of the clearing looked wrong. It wasn't like the rest of the clearing. It was darker, clumped, like it had soaked up oil or something. I didn't get closer. I wanted to, but there was a pressure in the air, the kind you feel right before a thunderstorm. It made my skin prickle. I just stood there, staring at that dead patch, while everything around it moved. The wind pushed the trees, birds chirped, bugs flew through the air. But that clearing didn't change. No wind touched it. No leaves landed in it. It was like it didn't belong. Over the next few weeks, I started paying more attention to it. I cut through the woods just to walk past it, always keeping my distance. I noticed things I hadn't before. No animals went near it. No tracks crossed it. I saw deer prints stop suddenly, just before the edge. Even squirrels avoided running through the trees that leaned over it. One day, I brought a thermometer from the garage and held it over the center of the patch, standing back a good 10 feet and using a string tied to a stick. The temperature jumped by 15 degrees the second the thermometer swung over the dirt. I pulled it back and it dropped again. I repeated it a few times just to be sure. It was consistent. That patch of earth was hotter than the rest of the forest, for no reason I could figure out. I thought maybe it was some kind of geothermal vent or a buried gas line. Something under the ground making the soil heat up. But that didn't explain why nothing grew there, or why the heat didn't radiate outward. It was like a bubble 15 feet across. Beyond it, everything was normal. I started looking into old land records at the library. It took some digging, but I eventually found that the land behind our house used to be part of a larger property owned by a mining company in the 50s. They'd used it for storage and testing, but most of the paperwork was missing or labeled with vague descriptions like soil treatment experiment or material stress tests. Nothing concrete, just enough to make me wonder what they'd done back there. I kept my distance, but it stayed on my mind. Sometimes I'd dream about the clearing. Only in the dreams it was bigger, expanding, swallowing the trees around it. I'd wake up sweating, heart pounding, and go to the window to look out at the woods. Then the animals started acting strange. Birds avoided our yard completely. I used to hear them every morning, but for 2 weeks, there was nothing. No chirping, no flapping, just silence. One afternoon, I found a dead rabbit on the path near the clearing. Its eyes were sunken, fur singed around the edges, but there were no wounds. No blood, just dead, like it had collapsed from heat or fear. Then our dog disappeared. Riley had never run off before. He always came when called, but one morning he bolted out the back door before I could stop him. I heard him barking deep in the woods, and then nothing. No yelp, no howl, just gone. We searched all day. My parents even put up flyers. But I knew where he'd gone. I went back out that night, flashlight in hand, heart pounding. The air was heavy, humid like summer, even though it was early spring. When I reached the edge of the clearing, the beam from my flashlight dimmed. Not flickered, dimmed, like the batteries were dying, even though I'd just replaced them. I aimed it at the center, and the beam seemed to bend, pulling downward toward the dirt. I stepped back. My breath felt tight in my chest. The pressure was worse than before. I didn't go any closer. I sat on a log maybe 20 feet away and waited. I don't know what I was expecting. A noise, a light, some sign, but nothing happened. Just that feeling like the air was wrong, like I was standing near something alive that wasn't breathing. Then I heard it, a crack, not a branch snapping, but something deeper, a low, sharp sound that came from underground. The clearing shook, just a little like something had moved beneath it. I jumped up and ran home. Didn't stop until I slammed the back door behind me. After that, I stopped going into the woods. I avoided the back half of our property completely. My parents thought I was just shaken up about the dog, and maybe that was part of it. But I knew better. Something was happening in that clearing. Something that wasn't finished. A few months later, I noticed the trees around it were starting to die. Slowly, their leaves went pale, bark cracked, and the branches sagged like they were wilting. One by one, the trees bordering the circle gave up. The clearing hadn't grown, not in size, but had changed the things touching it, healed them slowly, like it was leaking into the world around it. When summer came, the grass near the edge started to yellow. Our backyard began to thin out. Even our vegetable garden struggled. My dad blamed the heat, said it was a dry season, but it wasn't. Not for anyone else in town. Just our yard, just near the woods. We ended up moving the next year. My parents didn't say it was because of the land, but I know they felt it too. My mom got headaches constantly. My dad couldn't sleep. They were tense, always snapping at each other. The house felt heavy, like the clearing was pulling something out of us, draining us. The last time I saw it, I stood at the edge of the woods and looked in. The trees were almost all dead now, just gray trunks and bare limbs leaning toward that dead patch of earth. Nothing moved. No birds. No wind. The clearing was still 15 feet wide, still perfectly round, still empty. But I swear the air above it shimmered, like heat off asphalt, like it was breathing. We moved 3 states away. I'm older now. I've looked into every scientific explanation I can find. Thermal pockets, chemical spills, underground power sources, magnetic fields. None of them fully explain it. None of them match what I saw, what I felt. And the truth is, I don't need a reason anymore.